Of course, why not? Si hata mimi tunapendana hata na huyo na mtu yote anybody can like.
We are talking about love here.
Amesema wapi? Wewe toka.
Wewe ondoka.
Lakini wewe unaishi wapi?
Unajua, token meter yako inahitaji system update. Ni rahisi na ni free. Ukipata ujumbe kutoka Kenya Power, yani SMS, weka kodi ya kwanza kureset, alafu weke kodi ya pili kuupdate ili token meter yako iendelee kufanya kazi kama kawaida. Update token meter yako. Ujumbe huu umeletwa kwako na Kenya Power and Lighting Company.
Maji ni uhai, maji ni haki yako.
At WASREB, we are committed to ensuring top quality water services.
Small
pieces
so that it will be easy to blend.
Oh, we're going to blend the pineapples.
For it to get the juice.
Okay. So we'll give the chicken some time to brown and then we'll turn to the others.
WASREB, celebrating 20 years of water services regulation. On KBC Channel 1, we are a TV station like no other. Get a taste of the best in entertainment.
Yes, indeed.
Feel the passion.
Will you promise me?
I swear that you will never lose me. I can't get married to you.
I'm sure you knew about it. That's why you're making fun of me.
Experience the drama.
Get out.
Who is the man in this one?
And the laughter.
Hii wigi umevaa kichwani.
Sisi wakati tulikuwa tunaapishwa tunapewa mheshimiwa.
Move to the beat.
We are live from Broadcasting House.
And get informed on the latest happenings. KBC Channel 1.
Wow. Yeah!
We are the full package.
Oh yes.
And Kenya's watching.
Thank you very much for joining us.
Hivi ndivyo tunafaa kuwa ni wenye kufikiria na kuchukua mafundisho kutoka kwa Bwana Mtume sallallahu alaihi wasallam, ya kwamba baya lolote utakalokwenda kulifanya litakuja kufanywa kwako wewe, litakuja kufanywa katika mlango wako.
From the Parliament buildings, and it's a broadcast that is brought to you by the Parliamentary Broadcasting Unit in partnership with the Kenya Broadcasting Corporation. In the order of business for this afternoon sitting is that there are 3 bills that are lined up for first reading. They will be read for the first time. That is the Political Parties Amendment Number 2 bill. It's a bill that is originating from the Senate. All the 3 bills are sponsored by the Senate Majority Leader and the Senate Minority Leader. And all the 3 bills are originating from the Senate. That is the Political Parties Amendment Bill, the Election Offences Amendment Bill, and the Elections Amendment Bill that are lined up for first reading this afternoon once the House commences its business. The members will be resuming the motion on the current state of the nation. This is a motion that is moved by the Senate Majority Leader as well as the Senate Minority Leader. The debate on this motion kicked off on the floor of the House on Wednesday, in the morning sitting, that is the 3rd of July, the year 2024, that is yesterday, in the morning sitting, and it continued throughout the afternoon sitting, and today it is considered as one of the priority business that have been lined up for consideration. Once the 3 bills go through the first reading, then the members will embark on this debate or resume debate on this motion with regards to the current state of the nation. All this stemming from the countrywide anti-finance bill 2024 demonstrations that have seen the president decline to assent to the bill and referred it back to the National Assembly. There have been events that have been witnessed therein with regards to the events or to the demonstrations that the Generation Z have been participating in. And this bill is committed to debate, reflect, and as well as consider the events that took place and the way forward. Members who took the floor on Wednesday morning sitting as well as afternoon sitting proposed a number of steps that the government could take, as well as government ministries, departments, agencies, and institutions. And with regards to this motion is that the Senate is resolving a number of proposals here, including the expeditious consideration of the presidential memorandum by the National Assembly. Of course, this is with regards to the withdrawal and referral of the Finance Bill 2024 back to the National Assembly, with the President proposing that all the clauses in that bill be deleted. The senators also, with regards to this motion, are calling all government ministries, departments and agencies and constitutional commissions, including Parliament itself, to put in place austerity measures in undertaking their respective functions. The austerity measures is one of the topics or matters that were largely was largely talked about or discussed about yesterday, as members indicated that there is a lot of wastage and that there needs to be austerity measures to ensure that the resources are not wasted in a manner that they do not benefit the public. The Senate also calls upon the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission, that is EACC, and other government's multi-sector agencies in the governance, justice, law and order sector to upscale and make concerted efforts to fight corruption. Also, you will recall that the issue on corruption was largely talked about or formed a bigger part or larger part of the debate that members who spoke about this motion or contributed to this motion. The Senate is also calling on the National Police Service to cease abductions, unlawful arrests, extrajudicial killings, and exercise restraint in dealing with peaceful and unarmed demonstrators. The Senate is also calling for the release of all persons arrested for planning and participating in peaceful demonstrations relating to the enactment of the Finance Bill. Also, the Senate is calling on the government to waive hospital bills for persons who have been injured and defray funeral expenses for those who lost their lives during the demonstrations. The final call is on the judiciary to prioritize and expedite all court cases relating to the enactment of the Finance Bill, and the resultant demonstration. So basically these are the contents or the details that as members debate on this motion, they have made their calls to the various agencies as well as the government departments and institutions. That means the members who may have not been able to participate, that is in yesterday's debate with regards to that bill, then this afternoon they will be given priority to be able to share their opinions and views on the current state of the nation. The House is about to commence its business. As you can see, members are already in the chambers and ready to transact the business that has been slated for this afternoon sitting. Once that debate on the current state of the nation is concluded on, the members are also set to consider a motion on the approval of sittings of the Senate to be held in Busia County. And this is a motion that will be moved by the Senate Majority Leader, and this is largely with regards to the Senate sittings that are annually held outside Nairobi. That is the Speaker of the Senate, Honorable Amason Jeffa Kingi. He is presiding over this afternoon sitting. Allow me to hand you over to this live broadcast brought to you by PBU in partnership with KBC. Good afternoon.
Mwenyezi Mungu, twakusihi utazame kwa neema nyingi na baraka sisi watumishi wako ambao umeridhika kutuita kwa nyadhifa za uongozi katika jamhuri hii yetu. Twakuomba utujalie tuyatende na kufikia mambo yote atakayofikishwa mbele yetu kwa njia ya haki na uaminifu, ili kustawisha amani, ufanisi na heri ya nchi yetu na wale ambao haja zao umezikabidhi mikononi mwetu. Amen. Clerk, do we have quorum? Proceed to call the first order, please.
Order number 1, administration of oath. Order number 2, communication from the chair. Order number 3, messages. Order number 4, petitions.
Defer that order.
Order number 5, papers.
The Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, sir, on behalf of the Leader of Majority, I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the Senate today, 4th July 2024. Reports of the Auditor General on the financial statements of the following counties for the year ended 30th June 2024. Nairobi Water and Sewerage Company Limited, Bomet County Financing Locally Led Climate Actions Floca Fund, Kisumu Lakefront Development Corporation, Kikuyu Water Company Limited, Cabernet Municipality, County Government of Baringo.
The Chairperson, Standing Committee on Health. The Majority Leader can proceed to lay.
Mr. Speaker, sir, on behalf of the Leader Majority again, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the Senate today for July 2024. A report of the Standing Committee on Health on its consideration of the Cancer Prevention and Control Amendment number 2 Bill, National Assembly Bills number 45 of 2022.
Next order.
Order number 6, notices of motion. Order number 7, questions and statements.
Now, Honorable Senators, allow me to rearrange today's order paper pursuant to Standing Order 45-2 and instead allow order number 8, 9, and 10 to be called, and thereafter we will move to order number 11.
Order number 8, the Political Parties Amendment number 2 Bill, Senate Bills number 26 of 2024, first reading, an Act of Parliament to amend the Political Parties Act, Cap 7D, and for connected purposes. Order number 9, the Election Offences Amendment number 2 Bill, Senate Bills number 28 of 2024, first reading, an Act of Parliament to amend the Elections Act and for connected purposes. Order number 10, the Elections Amendment number 2 Bill, Senate Bills number 29 of 2024, first reading, an Act of Parliament to amend the Elections Act and for connected purposes.
Thank you. So, Honorable Senators, we will resume debate on order number 11. That is the current state of the nation. Now, at the rise of the House yesterday, the dashboard was still full. And the chair then ruled that we are going to start with the honorable senators whose names were reflected on the dashboard when we rose yesterday. And therefore, I will start with that list. Thereafter, we will come back to the names that are now appearing on the dashboard. Now, honorable senators, inasmuch as we agreed that there should be no points of orders called on members who have the floor, that calls upon each one of us while on the microphone to be responsible for the statements they are making. Please be factual. This does not mean that we have suspended our standing orders. Our standing orders are still very much running, and therefore, inasmuch as you are not going to be interrupted by way of points of order, please take responsibility of your statement and try to be as factual as you can. I was watching debate yesterday, and we were abusing that particular window that we had given yesterday. With that having been said, Senator, proceed to read the order.
Order number 11, motion, the current state of the nation.
Senator Betsiengo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to speak to this motion. I stand to support the motion on the current state of the nation. Mr. Speaker, allow me to pass my sincere condolences to the families of those who lost their loved ones, and also to wish quick recovery to those who are still in hospitals with the gun wounds and other injuries. Mr. Speaker, I would also like to thank the leadership of this House, the majority leader, the minority leader, and all the senators who came together and said this is important, that we distinguish ourselves as a House. Mr. Speaker,
Order,
sir.
honorable members, may the good senator be heard in silence, please. Proceed, Senator Beth.
Thank you, sir. I would say that as the Women League president in this country, I'm a mother, and I feel the pain that the mothers in this nation feel. I stand with all the families that were affected. And Mr. Speaker, noting the situation in the country, how life is so difficult, the cost of living is high. It is really unbearable because of the problems, issues bedeviling our country. As the women president, I want to assure all the women who lost their children that we are with you, and we feel your pain. We share the grief, and we are ready to work with you to get solutions to the issues in this country. Mr. Speaker, those who spoke yesterday, my colleagues who spoke yesterday, they alluded to the issues that are affecting our country. Taking department by department, or institution by institution, in education, our children are learned. Many are graduates from different universities, but they are jobless. They are tarmacking. And looking at the education system in the country, there is a lot of challenges. Confusion in JSS teachers who are not employed. CBC curriculum that is not properly defined. Issues concerning how the new system is being implemented. Those are issues Kenyans are looking at. I want to congratulate the Gen Z who took the lead to open eyes of so many and say there are problems in this nation that needs urgent attention. Mr. Speaker, in the health sector, issues of confusion, shifting from NHIF to SHIF to whatever, something that Kenyans cannot hold on. They have been promised universal health care. That is not happening. These are problems the Gen Z have also seen, as many of us have been saying. The economy that is suffering. We would wish as Kenyans to see GPD to grow by 2 digits if possible. But where are we? Our economy is affected by corruption and so many other issues. In agriculture, Mr. Speaker, there are a lot of problems. I am a member of Agriculture Committee in this Senate. And as a committee, when the issue of the fake fertilizer came up, as a committee, we went to the ground. We interacted with farmers. We got seeds of the fertilizer, fake fertilizer, where Kenyans were given stones and pieces of donkeys. We called the stakeholders who were concerned. They came in this chamber. We took them through what we had found out. Mr. Speaker, we have tried even to write a report that is yet to be concluded. And we found all indicators were showing the CS for agriculture is culpable. Why is he not sacked up to date? The police brutality. Mr. Speaker, it's so painful. On that fateful Tuesday, we were out when we got out as the Gen Z invaded these premises. I remember I was with my colleague senators here, Senator for Nairobi, Senator Catherine Muma, and we witnessed as the soldiers, the policemen were shooting our innocent, unarmed young men and women. Mr. Speaker, I remember I knelt down before one killer policeman. I confronted him and asked him, why is he killing an armed, innocent young man? Mr. Speaker, it was so hurting as a mother. That policeman looked at me and told me, Senator, get behind me. These are crooks and criminals from Kibra. The student who was being pursued removed his identification card, a student from a university. But the policeman could not hear anything of that. He shot the man dead. It was so painful. Why should we have police who should keep law and order in the country, protect citizens and property, killing our young men and women? Mr. Speaker, it has been said, and it was said yesterday by many of my colleagues, on the wastage in this government. Kenyans who are suffering, they have no jobs, they are tarmacking for over 10 years, they have nothing to put on the table in the evening. They are seeing all this. More than 20, 30 vehicles in a convoy of our leadership, of leaders in this nation. It pains to see how our resources are wasted, yet people are suffering. Unemployment has already been mentioned, and it is making our people suffer more. When those who are in a position to employ, Mr. Speaker, they are practicing nepotism and tribalism. You get to an institution, and somebody who is in a position to employ has brought relatives or people from his community, they are leading. I'm also in this house in the Committee of National Cohesion, Equal Opportunities, and Regional Integration. Mr. Speaker, we have called so many heads of institutions to come before us. And what is the repeated issue? That we find out people employed in those institutions come from at least 2 tribal groups or communities. They take 73%, they take 80%, leaving the rest of the Kenyans to struggle for 15% or maybe 20%. What are we telling our people in Kenya? It is so bad. Impunity. When people refuse to obey court orders, what are we communicating to those young people and all Kenyans looking at us? Corruption. Where, Mr. Speaker, we have new billionaires in town. Since the takeover of the current administration, I hear even in this house we have new billionaires. Where are the rest of Kenyans when we have new billionaires and Kenyans are suffering? And they are billionaires courtesy of corruption. Tendering processes, they are so skilled for specific people to make money. When a few are making money, and majority are suffering. What are we telling Kenyans? That Kenya has become like what we call the animal farm? Mr. Speaker, I would request that you intervene again and request the senators to...
Order. Senator Enoch and Senator Mogeni. The senator speaking.
Kindly allow me to give my submissions, and you can continue conversing and making your arrangements.
Proceed, Senator.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I was saying before I lose my point that corruption is so rampant in this nation, and Kenyans are looking at us and saying people are getting into leadership so that they may take advantage of those positions and make money. It is wrong. Kenyans are hurting when they see very few people who become billionaires, while majority or masses are suffering. Mr. Speaker, lack of inclusivity is very serious. As I have stated, where I sit in the Committee of Equal Opportunities, and we see Kenyans not given chance, they are not employed. When their employment positions or chances, they are given to people from specific ethnic communities. Mr. Speaker, my heart sank when I confronted one CEO of a certain institution in this nation. And when I asked her, why do you have only 2 tribes getting the big chunk of positions in this institution? She told me, sometimes, madam, we are under instructions. We are asked, when you do your employment or recruitment, you should know where the government belongs. Very sad. Mr. Speaker, when the leader of majority, who is now making noise with the senator for Nyandarua, kindly allow me to draw your attention, leader of majority. Yesterday you became an angel. I know you are born again. You are a new brother in Christ. I really appreciate that, majority leader. Kindly allow me to draw your attention that yesterday, or when we were conversing about this, you gave direction that as we speak of the problems and the issues affecting the country, we should also make proposals of what we think should be done to move Kenya forward. Allow me to start by saying, although I know many said it, but I would say the president may be well-meaning for this nation, but he has missed the mark in getting wrong people in good positions, those who should serve this country. Mr. Speaker, my first proposal is to request the president, in all due respect, to sack incompetent CSs. Those who have failed this nation, those who are carrying letters to funerals, to public rallies, and dishing out employment letters as if the rest of Kenyans do not need employment. And many those who have also meant us to get fertilizers, which is fake, and other evils. Mr. Speaker, my second one would be to request, if it is possible, not to have ghost workers in this nation. When I hear of a position like Prime Cabinet Minister, unconstitutional, I would declare that he is a ghost worker, drawing salary from Kenyan taxes. Unconstitutional offices should not be funded by public funds. To cap corruption, Mr. Speaker, is my third proposal. Let us be truthful. Let us be truthful. Let the government be truthful and stop those who are corrupt. Let us see serious action taken, people put to jail. When prominent people are put behind the bars, then people will fear, others will fear to practice corruption or to do corruption. Mr. Speaker, I would request, is it possible in this country, and I know I have lawyers in this house, to have designated areas for picketing? Because issues will be happening in this nation. And constitutionally, Kenyans are allowed to picket and to demonstrate peacefully. Can we have designated areas where people can picket? It has been done elsewhere. Can it be done in Kenya, Mr. Speaker? I would also request, is it possible because of police brutality to have retraining of our police officers to know how to handle demonstrators, especially peaceful people who are demonstrating peacefully, like the Gen Z was doing, only armed with a bottle of water, a flag, and their phones? Why should they be killed? Mr. Speaker, if not to retrain our officers, can we have a special unit to deal with maandamano in this nation so that we don't witness bloodshed? Mr. Speaker, if the President is listening to me and to what we are saying, let him sack the Inspector General of Police. Or if Koome is patriotic enough, let him resign now.
Senator Beth Siango, just hold. Can you pause her time, please? Is there a senator listening to some video through their phone? Senator Boni, you're totally out of order. Totally out of order. I'll just give you a caution for the day. Proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Before I was interrupted by the majority whip, Senator Mboni Alwale, I was saying that if Koome is patriotic enough, he should resign today because he has failed this nation. Mr. Speaker, my other proposal would be respectively asking the President to continue listening to Kenyans. It is important to listen and not to display tendencies of dictatorship or arrogance. Kenyans are watching. He should be the unifying factor of this nation. All Kenyans, those who voted for him, those who did not vote for him like me, we want to have him as the father figure of this nation, and he should lead all of us, but not to dictate, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my other proposal would be, if possible, let institutions of this independent to be independent institutions. We don't want to witness state capture of National Assembly, state capture of the judiciary, state capture of legislation. Please, let's have independent institutions work and actualize their mandate as independent institutions in this nation. Mr. Speaker, I would propose also, if Kenyans are going to be taxed, can we see the work that money is doing? Why should be people, Mr. Speaker, I can see and hear the voice of Senator of Busia competing with my voice. I don't know what is happening, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Senator Omtata, you're interfering with the flow of thoughts of the senator.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for protecting me. Let the rule of law be followed, Mr. Speaker. And when we give proposals here and suggestions, Mr. Speaker, I would be one of those who really want to see the outcome of what we are doing. Today is the second day in a row when we are debating on this and the issues we are raising, the issues Kenyans have raised, and Mr. Speaker, the proposals we are giving, we want to know whether it could be just a PR or something is going to be done to liberate this country and make sure that we have prosperity and peace moving forward. Mr. Speaker, I would say that as Kenyans and as leaders in this country, we must be responsible. Take responsibility of our actions, our ways, our...
Senator Siango, just 1 minute to wind up your thoughts.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would say that I know the Gen Z had demanded that Ruto must go. I would urge the Gen Z to give dialogue a chance, if it will work. But if the president does not listen, does not change, does not implement what we are proposing here, then he must go. Thank you.
Senator Mundigi.
Thank you, Bwana Speaker. Yangu ni kuunga mkono mazungumzo ambayo inaendelea hapa katika nyumba kuu ya Senate, na kushukuru sana Bwana Speaker ambaye majority Cherioti ambaye ailileta jana ndio tuzungumzie kuhusu Kenya yetu. Tukiwa hapa tuko county 40 ambaye imeakilishwa na senator 67. Kwa hivyo naunga mkono nikisema majority kutoka jana na siku zile zingine kidogo, ukielewa hivyo kutoka leo, miaka ambayo itakuja utakuwa ukionekana pale kwa serikali ya juu. Miaka ingine itakuja. Ya pili, Bwana Speaker, ni kupeana rambirambi zangu kwa wale vijana ambaye waliaga dunia, walikufa wakati wa maandamano ya Gen Z. Na pia Bwana Speaker, ilikuwa ni kilio kubwa sana kwa sababu familia zingine wengine walikuwa wasema hawana familia zao, hawana wazazi, pia hawana mtu yote anaweza kuwasaidia. Pia ni vijana ambaye wale waliaga dunia tuliwaona, si kusema ni wa kaunti moja, ni wa kaunti nyingi. Kwa hivyo nataka kusema nikiwa senator wa Embu County pamoja na Embu County na peana rambirambi yangu zangu nikiwa nimetoka Embu County. Bwana Speaker, ya pili nataka pia kusema ni pole sana katika kaunti zote ambacho zile zilikuwa zimekuwa na hiyo maandamano ya amani, lakini baadaye vijana wengi wetu ambaye waliweza kuwa na mikono imevunjwa, miguu imevunjika, wakapata shida nyingi sana wakati wa hiyo maandamano, kwa sababu ilikuwa nifute ni kuvute. Ilifika pahali ikawa kama ni maandamano, ikawa sasa ni mambo ya wizi ya wale watu ambaye waliingilia. Sasa ikawa maandamano inaleta shinda ni askari na vijana wetu Gen Z, na pia na wale watu walikuwa wataka kupora mali. Na hiyo mambo sana sana ilikumba kaunti ya Mombasa, kaunti ya Migori, na pia Kisumu, na pia Nakuru, na pia hapa Nairobi, na pia sana katika kaunti yangu. Kutoka siku hiyo mimi sikuweza kwenda Embu County. Naambia watu wa Embu County ni pole sana, kwa sababu yale yalitendeka Embu hayajawahi kuonekana. Kwa sababu Bwana Speaker, miaka 10 sisi tumekuwa devolution ya ile pesa tumekuwa tukipokea imekuwa na shinda, kwa sababu ilikuwa matapeli wale walikuwa kwa kiongoza. Na wakati wa hii serikali ya Kenya Kwanza, mimi nilichaguliwa na mwananchi nikuje nimwakilishe na nikatafuta amani. Ndio kwa sababu tunasema watu wawili wawezi kutembea bila kuelewanwa, na sisi senator na governor na wale viongozi wengine tukasema tutaenda para moja. Sasa mambo ya ajabu, wakati tunaendelea kuvuvua uchumi wa Embu County, wale watu walikuwa na nia mbaya ya hiyo maneno, walitoka kona zingine nje ya county. Pia mambo ya ajabu, pali governor amejenga ofisi akarinoveti na ile pesa wakaenda wakaweka moto. Mambo ya ajabu, wale watu hawakuwa na adabu, hawakuwa na hata na heshima na county ya Embu, kwa sababu hata magari ambaye ya watu wale wanafanya kazi kwa county government ikawekwa moto. Sasa tukasindwa, wale watu hawakuwa na wakati wa ile mambo ya budget ya kusema ndio au la. Hata county ya Embu county hatukuona hata governor yoyote alienda kusema yes or no. Ni kwa hiyo ikaonekana ni shinda, na tukawa nawaambia ni pole sana, najua mambo tutarekebisha, lakini nataka kuambia kwa huzuni. Ile pesa tulikuwa tunatarajia ukuja itoke kutoka tarehe 1. Sasa mambo ya ajabu Bwana Spika, haitaenda kufanya kwanza kazi, itaenda kutengeneza ile ofisi. Kwa hivyo sisi watu wa Embu County tumerudi nyuma sana. Nikirundia hapo tena nikiongezea kwa Embu ya county, wale matebeli tena, wale watu walikuwa wamepanga ile mipango, walifanya makosa, wakaenda wa KRA wakaeka moto. Ile ni ile usuru yetu. Pia nataka kusema kitendo walifanya kikubwa sana katika Embu County. Ile Bwana Spika nilisema nitanyamaza, na nikasema ni kuomba. Mambo ya ajabu, walienda kwa shule inaitwa Kenyatta, shule ambaye inaitwa Kenyatta School, ambaye ni ya watoto wasiojiweza. Wengine wana macho, wengine wana unakuta ni shinda usiku ya marare wa manane wakaweka moto. Sasa nikasindwa, hii ilikuwa maandamano ama ilikuwa ni mambo ya wizi ama ilikuwa ni maandamano ya aina gani? Kwa hiyo nataka kuambia watu wa Embu County wote, tuko sub county ine, ni pole sana. Bwana Spika, ya pili ni kusema katika Isaia 1:18 inasema watu wawili, Bwana Spika, wawezi kutembea bila kuelewanwa. Na bahali nyingine akasema njoo tusemesane. Nataka kuambia senators, parliament, na pia jensi na watu wote na makanisa, tuweze kurekebisha nchi yetu ya Kenya kwa sababu ya ile mambo imefanyika. Na angeomba kutoka leo na jana na siku zile zingine, kila wakati yote tunataka kukumbusha viongozi wote, aidha ulipatiwa kiti na rais ama ulipatiwa na nani ama ulipata kazi. Nataka nikuambie ulikuwa na bahati kupata hiyo kazi, kwa sababu kulikuwa na watu wengi wa kufanya hiyo kazi, lakini umepata hiyo kazi kwa bahati, kwa hivyo ukishukuru Mungu. Kwa hiyo nataka kuamaanisha seneti, sisi wote na jensi na wale wengine, nikiambia jensi tumesikia kilio chenu. Bwana Spika, nataka kusema mpaka tuelewane, tukae pamoja, ndio tuweze kuvua uchumi wa Embu County. Bwana Spika, nataka kuongea mambo ya vijana wetu wale walikuwa wanagoma. Nataka kuambia wale vijana wetu wale wa university, wa secondary school na kila kona zote, tunajua wako na elimu ya kutosha na kufanya kazi yote katika nchi yetu ya Kenya. Nataka kumuomba tu mguswe na Mungu ambaye ni Mungu wa Ibrahim, wa Isaka, wa Yakobu. Tunaamini ni Mungu mmoja. Msikumbali kurudi hapo tena, na serikali president wetu ambaye tumesikia akizungumza Bwana Spika akisema anataka kufuata hiyo mambo ya kuzungumza, kwa sababu hiyo mambo ilikuwa zungumzwa mambo ya mareno wakati kulikuwa na mambo ya kule Nyahururu, ati mpaka asikie mambo kama nyuki ikitoka nje inavaa irundi kwa msinga wa papa. Kwa hivyo Bwana Spika, naunga mkono rais wetu wa Kenya ambaye ni William Samuel Ruto, na pia na deputy wake ambaye ni Rigathi Gachagua, wakae chini wasungumuze, na pia waongee na viongozi wote, ndio tuweze kuona vile tutasaidia nchi yetu, njia ya economy katika Kenya. Ya pili Bwana Spika, mambo mingi tumesema, mambo ya kukaa pamoja, mambo ya kutafuta, na ndio tufike hapo. Nataka niongee mambo ya kazi. Sisi tukua maseneta mpaka tufanye kazi ile navaa. Saa ingine tuweza kupigana hapa kwa mdomo, lakini siku ya leo nataka kuambia Kenya, tuko maseneta 67 ambaye tunaenda safari moja. Hakuna mambo ya Azimio na hakuna mambo ya Kenya Kwanza, tunasema Mungu mbele. Nataka kusema mambo ingine mpaka tufikirie tuko maseneta. Tunaweza kupigana tukisema sasa nataka niseme agenda ya jensi. Agenda ile nilipata kidogo ni mbili, ile kubwa sana. Mambo ya kusema wakiulizwa kwa nini mnafanya hivi, hata nataka nimwambie sisi hatutaki kuoa, hatutaki kuolewa. Kwa nini? Kwa sababu sisi tumetaabika, sisi tumesoma, tuko na digrii 5, tuko na digrii 10, tuko na digrii 1 na tumekaa miaka 5 na mwaka 1 na miaka 2. Na mambo ya ajabu hatujawahi kupata kazi, kwa hivyo hatutaweza kufanya hiyo kazi. Nataka niambie watu wa Kenya, mahali tumefika. Unakumbuka nikisema wale watu wamekufa wengi sana ni vijana wetu. Mambo ya kuhuzunisha Bwana Spika. Ukikumbuka wakati watoto wa Misri walikuwa toka Misri, kitu ya kwanza ni vijana wote walienda wale walikuwa wamezaliwa kwanza waliuawa. Nataka niambie maseneta na wale wengine Bwana Spika, ati mambo hiyo imefanyika ni kitu ambaye iko na masosi, kwa sababu nikisema Bwana Spika, vijana wetu wakikufa, wasichana wetu wataolewa na nani? Wakimalizwa ama wakijimaliza na dawa za kulevya na ile vitu vingine. Pia hata kukitokea mambo ya inji ya Kenya na inji zile zingine, itakuanji Kenya tutashindwa kwa vita. Kwa hivyo nataka niseme, jameni, tunataka maombi na tunataka tuende pamoja juu ya kutafuta mambo ya kuelewanwa na mambo ya dialogue, hata kama namna gani. Kila mtu yote, hakuna Mungu anjui Mungu. Tunataka tukae pamoja Bwana Spika, tusemesane mambo ya kusaidia yule vijana wetu. Tumesema mambo ya kwanza ilikuwa ni mambo ya kuoa. Mambo ya pili ile kuwa kubwa sana ni mambo ya kusema hakuna kazi. Katika nchi yetu ya Kenya kuko tukitaka vizuri, na kwa sababu rais wetu na wale wengine wote wamekubali kukaa chini, na rais ameapa kusema ako tayari kusikiza mtu yote. Kwa hiyo njenzi na muomba msikubali kwenda kwa barabara tena, na kilio yenu imesikika katika mbinguni na katika hapa dunia Kenya. Ya pili nikisema Bwana Spika, mambo ya kuelewanwa. Tukielewanwa, tukifanya mambo ya kuangalia hawa njenzi watapata kazi namna gani. Ni mambo mingi tumeongea hapa katika hii Senate nyumba kuu, ambaye hatunjatoa mambo vile tutafanya. Wengine wasema watu wavutwe kazi, wengine wafanywe nini. Mimi hiyo siungi mkono. Ile inaweza, kwa sababu unaweza kuvuta kazi mtu na pia hakuna mambo ya kuangalia kazi namna gani. Hata ukimbakia na watu 5, kuna watu wengine wambaya, hata kama katika Biblia kulikuwa na watu kama Judas na alikuwa peke yake na akaharibu mpaka ikalete shinda katika ulimwengu. Sasa nataka kusema Bwana Spika, tukitaka vizuri mpaka tuanje kazi kwa wizara ya ambaye ni ya CDF, ambaye kila constituency iko na pesa nyingi. Tuweze kuangalia, kuna vijana wanataka kufanya kazi katika masinani, wanavaa kama kazi ya kujenga, ile kutumia ile pesa, na pia hawana pesa ya kufanya kazi. Tungeomba serikali ya Kenya Kwanza, wale njenzi kutoka sasa, waheshimiwa wote katika Kenya mzima waweze kuifanywe yaangaliwe kuonekane ile 30% ambayo inasema jensi ama vijana na wasionjiweza ama hiyo kitu wanapata, na kama wapati waweze kupata. Hiyo ni kitu ya kwanza ya kuangalia kazi ya hawa jensi. Kitu ya pili Bwana Spika, tukitaka kuwasaidia vijana yetu katika county, tuko county 47 na tuko na wizara 10 na siko na mambo mingi. Bwana Spika, ningeomba magavana wote waangaliwe vile itakuwa na mambo vile wamekuwa akifanya kazi. Mtu yote kwa county, na kama kazi yake imesembea, watu waweze kupelekwa, wengine wale wameimba pesa wafanyikazi wapelekwe kotini, na pia wale wengine wavutwe kazi, ndio watoto wetu waweze kufanya zile kazi, kwa sababu wako na usunja na uelevu wa kisasa ya kufanya kazi. Pia tukitafuta kazi nyingine ya tatu katika national government, tumesikia rais wetu mpenda kila mtu wote na amekubali kunyenyekea mambo ya NEA, National Employment Authority. Tunamuomba aendelee kuweka hiyo mkazo, ndio tuonekane vijana wetu. Kama tunajua mimi ni mwenye ni committee member walipa, tukianza miaka 2 imeisha, kulikuwa na shinda kule ambayo vijana wetu walikuwa naenda, walikuwa na shida nyingi. Lakini sasa serikali imetenga hiyo department na itakuwa na mambo zake. Ningeomba rais wetu, watoto wengi wanasema wana passport, watoto wetu wanasema wana kitambulisho, au watoto wote kuonekane kama ile pesa imetengwa ya CDF ikatwe kidogo ndio iweze kupatia hao watoto passport, kwa sababu anasema wana pesa, na ikatwe kidogo waweze kupata vitu zote ambazo itaonyesha hata kupimwa na hata kila kitu, ndio hao watoto tuweze kuona within miezi kidogo kama watakuwa wakienda huko nje. Bwana Spika, naunga mkono hii kitu. Ningeomba tukitafuta kazi kwa watu wetu, ningeomba ministry, tuko na wizara 21 ya serikali, ifanye upelelezi ionekane kutoka huko juu na mpaka chini, kazi namna gani kutoka chini mpaka juu, ionekane kazi iko namna gani, na kama mtu amesembea kazini aweze kutimuliwa, na wale wengine wamepora mali ya watu waweze kupelekwa kotini, ndio sasa kuwe nafasi ya wajenzi wafanye kazi. Bwana Spika, nataka kusema ukweli. Huwezi kusafisha kikombe ndani na nje imeharibika, iko na uchafu. Ningetaka kusema katika seneta hii, seneta 67, tunavaa tusiweze kuwa tunaonyesha kidole kwa mbunge, kwa wale cabinet secretary, kwa president, kwa deputy, kwa wale wengine. Kitu ya kwanza, Bwana Spika, ningeomba tuanze kwa hii seneti ya Kenya ambayo iko seneta 67, tuko kaunti ya 47. Nataka kusema hivi, nataka niulize sisi kwa roho zetu, wakati tulisauliwa tukiwa maseneta, tuliletwa hapa tuwe tukiangalia vile tunafanya kazi. Tuko na komiti 10, wengine komiti zingine Bwana Spika ni watu 9 komiti, na wengine hawajaonekana. Unavaa ujiulize uletwa hapa kufanya nini? Kutoka Jumatatu nataka kuambia JNC seneta wote wanavaa kutoka Jumanne, Jumatano na Alhamisi wanavaa wewe kazi. Nataka makaunti muulize au magavana na maseneta wanaangalianga kazi namna gani. Kwa hivyo nataka sinda zote tuanze hapa, na vitu zingine tunafanya kaunti namna gani ndio tuweze kuenda kwa wale wengine. Pia ukienda ile nyumba ya MPs unakuta mara mingi mtu anaonekana wakati wa mwisho ndio akuja kuvoti. Muulize hao watu wanafanya kazi gani. Kwa hiyo nataka kusema mambo ya kusemana pamoja, naunga mkono kwa hii maneno, na ninajua tukiweka Mungu mbele, Bwana Spika, mambo ya Kenya tutaenda mbele. Na hapo economy ama mambo yote utakuta hiyo kazi kipatikana, uzuri ya county na uzuri ya national government, na pia mandate tuko naye katika Kenya hii. Tutamaliza na serikali ya Kenya kwanza, ama serikali ya Kenya itakaa vizuri kwa hii kipindi. Kwa hivyo sisi tuungane pamoja, tusiwe watu wa kuonyeshana kidole, ni wewe, ni huyu, mpaka tusemesane. Na nikimalizia, Bwana Spika, nataka nikumbushe serikali ya Kenya kwanza na wale wengine wote na Kenya mzima na department zile zingine kutimulia watu ama cabinet secretary MPS haitasaidia. Ile kitu ya kwanza ni kuangalia ule mtu afanye kazi aweze kutimulia. Unaweza kuacha watu wawili na kama kazi haiangaliwe hakuna kitu watafanya. Kwa hiyo Bwana Spika, ningeomba nikimaliza ambaye kuseme sana, nataka nikimaliza, nataka nikumbushe tena watu wa Kenya mambo ya kusema Isaia. Watoto wa Misri, wa Israeli, wakati walitoka Misri, walifika pale wakaanza kupigana kuletania sinda, ni wewe, mpaka wakati kafika na ndio Isaia akasema njooni nyote tusemesane. Sasa ni wakati wa Kenya, makanisa, seneti na nguvu zote na JNC tuungane pamoja kama watu wa Kenya tuweze kusaidia Mkenya, kwa sababu nataka kuambia JNC, Kenya ni ya mtu mzee, ni ya mdogo, ni ya kila kitu. Na ninataka kuhakikishia JNC, hii Kenya ni yenyu. Ukiangalia sisi miaka ile iko sisi tunaondoka, kwa hiyo nataka mtushikilie na nyinyi mfanye kazi vizuri ndio muweze kulete matunda na kutengeneza economy ya counties na pia economy ya Kenya mzima. Pia hata mambo ya agriculture. Kule kuna agriculture, kuna agriculture, kuna trendi, kuna cooperative. Pia hizo department, hiyo cabinet secretary wafanye pamoja. Ndio pia county government ipatiane every county power ya manji, ndio wapate ile kazi ikipeano kule, kusimekane watu wakubwa wase wasiende kwa ile na kutafuta masamba. Kila njenzi wale wako na mavikira ya kulima, na pia waweze kulima, ndio hiyo masao yao iweze cooperative iwapatie pesa walime, na pia trend itapute soko huko inji ya ngambo. Kwa hiyo Bwana Spika, mimi naunga mkono. Nikimalizia nataka kuhakikishia njenzi kilio yenu Mungu ameisikia, na serikali na Kenya hiyo kilio imesikika. Nikimalizia Bwana Spika, hiyo kitu yote ikifanyika, utakuta economy ya kaunti zetu 47 hatutapigana, na economy ya Kenya itaendelea vizuri na Kenya itasimama. Kwa hivyo Bwana Spika, nikiwa senator wa Embu County, naunga hiyo mazungumzo tuweze kutembea pamoja. Ni mimi senator wa Embu County ambaye ni Daktari Alexander Munyi Mundigi, ambaye ni deputy party leader wa Democratic in Kenya Kwanza. Asante Bwana Spika, naunga mkono. Asante. Professor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I wish to join my colleagues in supporting this particular motion. I believe it is long overdue, but I think we are there. Mr. Speaker, I must take this opportunity to give my condolences to the families that have lost their dear ones. We have lost great leaders. Some people say youths are future leaders. They are not future leaders. From what happened last week, they are leaders of today, Mr. Speaker. I must accept that. Secondly, I wish to wish well those who are in hospitals to have quick recoveries. Mr. Speaker, I remember yesterday when we had a brief meeting, I asked the meeting, what is the end result of this particular debate? And I remember, having been around for a while, we will normally debate day in, day out, but the result is zero. And I hope this one is not going to be zero. Mr. Speaker, what we have seen, it must have taught us a lesson that we need to learn from the happenings in this country, both national and the county level. Mr. Speaker, I wish to congratulate the young boys and girls who have actually volunteered, who have sacrificed their lives, their time to put things right. They are actually great leaders, Mr. Speaker, according to me. Mr. Speaker, I remember there were several challenges on that particular Tuesday where people were running for their lives. I have watched a very serious young girl on a YouTube last evening where she was actually confronting a police officer and telling him, do whatever I want to do, but I'm here for the right of Kenyans, I'm here for my right. She must be a hero, and I hope her name is called Shakila. She's a great leader and she's a hero in this country. Congratulations, Shakila, though I don't know you. And the rest of young boys and girls who have volunteered. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, I must congratulate the president of this country for having listened to these young boys and girls. If he actually didn't return back that particular bill to the National Assembly, we would have been in a different situation in this country today. I think, Mr. Speaker, we need to look at our neighbors. South Sudan, North Sudan, Somalia. Those are the countries with very few tribes. But in Kenya, we have 45 tribes. If for any reason that we turn against each other, I'm telling you, we'll finish each other within a week. or even less. But may God forbid that, Mr. Speaker, and that is the reason why we should actually congratulate and be happy for whatever has happened. And the head of state actually agreed to listen to us and also to the youths of this country, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, from the happenings, I believe we must do a lot of consultation whenever we make a decision. Because if we don't consult each other, if we make decisions unilaterally without consulting, then we'll see what happens from what happened on Tuesday and the years to come, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, those youths were actually on the road as a result of frustration, depression. They are our kids, Mr. Speaker. Most of them, especially in our counties, you will see they are into drugs. Mr. Speaker, in Kenya today, if you look for a job, employment, there are kids with even PhD. There are kids with masters. There are kids with actually the first degrees. Mr. Speaker, unless you pay certain token, you will not get a job in government offices. And I think those ministries need to be overhauled. We need to tell each other the truth, Mr. Speaker. There is no merit in actually one getting a job. That's why those kids were actually frustrated and annoyed with us leaders. Mr. Speaker, you look at the budget of this country. When you look at the budget, it is brought to the House, both National Assembly and the Senate. We pass those budgets. The 85 that is left at the national level, Mr. Speaker, you don't know how it is spent. You don't know how it is implemented, even the projects that are there. You are either politically correct or not, Mr. Speaker. You are either influential or not. You either have a population or not, Mr. Speaker. Everything is actually looking at the future of politics of this country. Where are we heading as a country? Because if I don't support the government of the day, automatically I will not get development. That is the position in this country, and we need to correct that, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, when the current government leadership or executive came into office, I visited several offices to find out the kind of projects that are going to be implemented in my county. I went to a certain office and I was told the project in this area is complete 100%. And I asked the PS or the cabinet secretary, are you serious when you are saying this project is 100% complete? And I was there the other day. Mr. Speaker, you can imagine a project that is done 40%. What is in a government office is 100% complete. In certain instances, those projects are not even there. So what I'm saying here, Mr. Speaker, is that we need to look at the way we are carrying out ourselves and actually even sharing the national cake. Those who are at the national level, you need to go down and see what is happening or how those projects are being implemented. And again, how those projects are actually benefiting the areas and the communities that are intended to be supported. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let me come back to this house. I've been around for a while. I was in the first Senate. I was in the second Senate. But the current happenings, we must call a spade a spade. You can actually bring a statement to this house. It takes 6 months for a committee to look at it and give you feedback. Mr. Speaker, you can imagine I'm being confronted even in certain committees. Is it really relevant for you to bring this statement to this committee? When the Speaker on the floor of the House has referred a statement to a committee, I'm being challenged in the committee. A member of committee or secretariat calls my county and tells the governor, what is wrong with your senator? She's always bringing statement to our committee. Mr. Speaker, I think when we correct others, we should also correct ourselves. We should correct ourselves. There is a lot of problem within our committees. Things are not done properly. I can enumerate committees where I have challenges in my counties. Up to now, Mr. Speaker, nobody has responded to those statements. And I don't want to embarrass the committees that I have statements before them. Sometimes you can imagine you are just send the response and nobody bothers how to deal with that particular statement. I wish we could go back to where we started in the first Senate, where responses for those statements are brought back to the House so that everybody can listen and understand those statements and even ask further questions, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, the reason why I am telling this House or ourselves, when we actually point fingers to other individuals or other institutions, we also have challenges here. We must actually correct ourselves. Mr. Speaker, going back to the counties, I have sat in the committees of the House from 2013 up to date. Mr. Speaker, when we are talking of national government, we should also talk about county government. Mr. Speaker, the budget we fight for here, Mr. Speaker, when it goes to the county, nobody wants you to talk about it. Nobody says senators have fought for this budget, so we should listen to them. Nobody understands the role of senators is not to carry out development, but to carry out oversight, Mr. Speaker. And that has to be made clear. Because you will see that you are bashed by governors also and members of parliament. I have brought this road. I have done ABCD. What has Senator done for you? Those are the issues we need to ask ourselves. How are we going to be felt as senators? I've seen people from yesterday's debate bashing Senate. Senate should be scrapped. Those debates we have had. But I think we must make a reality why we exist as a Senate, Mr. Speaker. I sit in Public Accounts Committee where, Mr. Speaker, you will see that all the counties have gone above the 13% ceiling of employment. Every governor comes in, he will recruit 200, 300, 1,000, and nobody is questioning, Mr. Speaker. Development is not taking place, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, for example, my county, 50% of the budget in the last financial year, this actually finished financial year, has not been spent. When you have pending bills in the counties, people are suffering. They have supplied counties. You go to the controller of budget, requisition is made, Mr. Speaker. That requisition comes with the name of Fatuma Dulo. But when it goes to CRF, is another person who is paid. Maybe Senator Kajwang is the one paid. These things are happening, Mr. Speaker. Do you want to challenge me?
Proceed, Senator. Don't be
Mr. Speaker, it's happening in the eyes of COB, it is happening in the eyes of Treasury. Nobody is bothering. Those who have supplied, Mr. Speaker, are suffering. Those who are owed pending bills, they are not paid. I remember 2019, there was a decision made by this House to stop actually budget going to the counties until they clear pending bills. And they all rushed, Mr. Speaker, to clear those pending bills. And I think that decision has to be made also, maybe next financial year, so that Kenyans can get their money and also service is delivered to Kenyans. Mr. Speaker, if I may look at my county, yesterday I moved a motion to stop budget going to Isiolo County. I was not a fool when I actually drafted that motion. We have instances, I remember 2019 or even 2015, I think Senator Khalwale also tried one time. When the governors refused to appear before Public Accounts Committee.
Majority Leader, you may consult, but keep it on the down low. Proceed, Senator.
Mr. Speaker, we push governments to allocate budget to counties. And when you summon a governor to the committee of the Senate, he will tell you, I am not answerable to anybody. I am not actually obligated to respond to anybody. It's in public domain. We went as a Senate committee to Isiolo. The end result is we all were abused in public. All of us. And actually some of the senators who came there, why can't you oversight Homa Bay? I remember Senator Kajwang being told, instead of coming to Isiolo. We have a right as senators to go to any county. I thought I have 20 minutes, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I brought a statement on the floor of the House regarding a morgue. Up to date, that morgue is not operational. The governor refused to appear before Health Committee. Mr. Speaker, after the committee has issued a warrant of arrest to order to DPP and IG, the governor rushes to get a court order to stop committee of the House operating. And we need a ruling from you, Mr. Speaker. I have never seen where a governor can stop decision of particular committee. We had a P committee where actually Senator Olekina was abused in a committee. And banging of the tables happened. What kind of respect do we have? There are no structures in those counties, Mr. Speaker. I'm not talking about Isiolo only. If you look at the budget forums are not working. Supplementaries are carried. Members of public don't know. Mr. Speaker, I think we need to have a serious discussion as far as the counties are concerned. Mr. Speaker, if I am allowed, of course the law allows 50% to stoppage. We must actually have a lesson learned by certain counties that are disrespecting this particular house. There must be consequences. Because if we don't have consequences, like some guys in Isiolo Senate, where will Senate take us? We will come, listen to them, we take photos with them, see them outside the tent. That is the end of it. That is the story that is there in the counties, Mr. Speaker. We must be held accountable, Mr. Speaker. For example, Mr. Speaker, a county that is getting a budget of 5.2 million, it's recruiting 32 chief officers. 32 chief officers. And the governor says, nobody will ask me. He has over 20 advisors when the law allows only 3. 20. Every department has an advisor. So what is the use of having laws in this country? It has no meaning. And I can see the kind of frustrations that these young boys and girls are going through. The demonstration we had here was similarly in my county, Isiolo. We lost some young boys and girls. Poleni sana. Mr. Speaker, after the demonstration, some youths are hired to confront the peaceful demonstration that were done by Gen Zs. Can you imagine a governor rushing and tweeting and saying, Fatuma wanted to ban the county office. Why would I ban county office? Can I assist him to ban evidence where he has misappropriated funding? Why would I, Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker, we have a lot of challenges. If this debate that we are carrying out today will solve the kind of problems we have, both nationally and at the county level, Mr. Speaker, then we have something to smile. And I will advise Gen Zs, yes, you have made noise. Yes, you have been heard. Put your structures in place to hold everybody accountable. And I must congratulate you today, we didn't have demonstration. Congratulations. But come together and make sure that whatever you have actually listed down have been implemented. Mr. Speaker, we have a lot of challenges. I don't see why we should even allocate money to counties. Our mothers today are carrying drums of water on their backs when we have budgets, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Dulo, 2 minutes to wind up your thoughts.
Mr. Speaker, most of the kids in my county, they're actually learning under trees. What happens when it rains? They don't go to school. Mr. Speaker, hospitals, there are no dispensaries that are operating, no drugs, no ambulances. Our mothers are dying on those rough roads trying to get service delivery as far as health is concerned, Mr. Speaker. So let me urge this House, whatever discussions we're having here, we must have a solution to it. And as far as actually sending the budget to Isiolo County, until the governor of Isiolo accepts and respects the role of the Senate, and I think any other county, we should actually not release more than 50% of the budget for the benefit of staff going to those counties, because we deserve that respect as a Senate, and also hold those governors accountable, because what we are sending them is not actually realized. Imagine, Governor, Treasury of Isiolo is operated in Nairobi. Procurement is operated in Nairobi. And nobody is bothered. And people here in this house, they are saying, why is Senator Dulo so annoyed with Isiolo County? I have a reason. I feel the pain of my people. That's why they have elected me to this house. Mr. Speaker, let's put our acts together. This country we all belong to. There are so many people who are yearning to come and settle in Kenya. We don't have another country. Can we sit down, do proper consultation, and ensure that our country has moved forward? I thank you.
Senator Mofire.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Let me start by thanking the brains behind this motion, the leadership of this House from both divide, including Senator Wambua, who really came up with this idea of having to address the affairs of this nation after having some few instances in the last 2 weeks or so. Honorable Speaker, before I give my speech, I would want to dedicate my soul and spirit to the young ones who lost their lives, to the parents, to the relatives, and the entire family, because it is the record that this country lost lives in the last few years, in a few days, out of the protests that were brought by our sons and daughters. Honorable Speaker, I want to convey my gratitude and greetings from Tharaka-Nithi to the majority leader of this House, to Senior Kalwale, to Sifuna, because I've received several messages, even to you, Honorable Speaker, because I've received several messages and calls from people from Tharaka-Nithi congratulating each one of you for finding it very necessary to make sure that we have a counter address, because the Senate now is a slave for this country. We have been celebrated across the board, and people are saying this is the Senate that we really voted for as per the Constitution. We have really redeemed ourselves, and we have restored our sanity as a house. Honorable Speaker, I belong to Kenya Kwanza government, having been elected Senator for Tharaka Nithi by majority votes in the last elections. Honorable Speaker, I'm happy that this House has disregarded party affiliations and decided to confront issues without having to say you come from Kenya Kwanza or Azimio for that matter. And that is patriotism, Honorable Speaker. That is being patriotic, because as quite a number of speakers have just said, we do not have any other country other than Kenya. Honorable Speaker, do you protect me from the leadership? I can see Medhu is making a lot of noise, maybe from some quarters, Honorable Speaker.
Order, Senator for Laikipia. Resume your seat. Proceed, Senator Moffat.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for that. You know, Honorable Speaker, this government came into being through some very common phrases. I remember we went around the country, and our common phrase was bottom up, the hustlers. That's captioned the likes of Mama Mbogas, the border borders, the Mokokoteni, the wheelbarrow pushers, and any other common person for that matter. And we rode on that spirit, and we were voted enormously for those phrases. Honorable Speaker, I remember the vows and the promises that we made. Within 100 days, we shall have done this and that. Within 3 months, we shall have done this and that. But I'm very sure somebody who is watching me from Tharaka Nithi, from Ramu, from any part of this country, would want to agree with me. We have not been very faithful to those vows and promises. We might have been distracted maybe by some economic issues or policies, but that is not, and that is not and will not be the expectations of the nation. It could be too early, but of course the promises were in the next 100 days, in the next 3 months, we shall have this and that and that. Honorable Speaker, we made some confessions. We made some promises that this government will be comprised of Mama Mbogas, the young people, border. And it was a common phrase, not exactly for the president, for anybody. That was the talk of Kenya Kwanza. Honorable Speaker, what we have seen in return is total contrast to what the promises were. The boys that are routing today in the streets, in the campaigns, we expected them to be in positions. But in return, Honorable Speaker, we have witnessed and we have seen some recycled corrupt faces in this government. Those people with indented history of corruption, some serious moral practices here and there, those are the people who are running the government. We have seen people carrying sacks of money in functions in Harambes, out of cronyism, out of tribalism. And it's sad, Honorable Speaker, I happen to serve in the Committee of National Cohesion and Equal Opportunities, where my senior Senator Chute chairs. It is very saddening, Honorable Speaker, to find that in this country, 2 tribes carry 3/4 of the entire public service or the workforce at the expense of other tribes. So one would want to ask, why are other Kenyans taking their kids to school? So those are some of the lamentations, Honorable Speaker, that we are seeing in the streets. And I'm happy that the President was able to listen to some of those grievances. And It is important also, Honorable Speaker, to note that even the budget is skewed to favor some cronies, some royalists. You find some members of parliament allocating them some billions of money in their constituencies for development. This one, Honorable Speaker, has segregated, has made some parts of this country look like they are not in this country. I come from Tharaka County, Honorable Speaker, and there are constituencies for that matter. And I know exactly what I'm saying. So, Honorable Speaker, Kenyans put this government in power with great expectations and remained so that their lives maybe could remain better. But of course, the intentions could have been very good. But of course, Honorable Speaker, up to now, those of us who frequent their localities every weekend, you bear me witness that we face a lot of problems with our mothers, with our fathers, with our common rural folk, seeking for school fees, seeking for medication, seeking for any sort of assistance from those who are elected. It is not something, Honorable Speaker, that we can manage. This one displays some serious levels of inequality in the society. This is not Kenyans really expected once when they went into elections. Honorable Speaker, we chose, after forming the government, we chose to reward friends and loyalties instead of competence in some cases, Honorable Speaker. That is why here we have had some confessions from some prosecutors of this motion that there is a committee in agriculture. We sat down, prosecuted our case, and up to now, some of those non-culprits are still in office. This one, Honorable Speaker, is seriously eroding the confidence of the Kenyan people. Because, Honorable Speaker, there is no way Kenyans would want to be shuffled by a person who is dented and corrupt for that matter. And it's not only agriculture, Honorable Speaker. We have so many seen cases in this country where we do not have a serious resolve, maybe to fight corruption. We have created two levels of living in this country. We have the extreme people who have a lot of money. The haves, they don't even know where to take that money. They have bought so many things. They have bought choppers. They are going around the country with so much money. I would want even to recite what Honorable Garwari said. They are Sky team. They are over. Somebody would take a chopper from Nairobi to Thika. A 20 minutes drive. Because money is there. And I'm very sure this money belongs to Kenyans, whom we saw the other day demonstrating in the streets. So this hunger, Honorable Speaker, has been building in this country for the last maybe so many years. But I'm happy, Honorable Speaker, that our young people woke up from both levels of psychopathy, the hypocrisy, and the fallacy, that we are supposed to do exactly what people sent us here to do. Honorable Speaker, the government overlooked quite a number of cancerous aspects in our nation, such as corruption, tribalism, and impunity. Honorable Speaker, the other day, not even the other day, today, Honorable Speaker, in Kenya today, you can do anything as far as you are politically correct. You can walk and do anything that is supposed to be done, including crime. You can kill. We have seen even some of us shooting people dead and then go scot-free because you belong to this section of the government. So I think, Honorable Speaker, it is the high time we restore and install and make sure that we are equal before the law. And some of those things, Honorable Speaker, is why we're having our youth go to the streets and make some serious demonstrations. Honorable Speaker, even the budget, as Jajab said, is made in favor of some people who are connected to the system. Honorable Speaker, we have every right to thank our young generations for awakening us from the deep shame of hypocrisy, psychopathy, and fallacy. Honorable Speaker, I'm happy that this government found it necessary maybe to halt the signing of the finance bill, which in the Kenyan understanding was not favorite to the voters. So, Honorable Speaker, I want to end up by saying that Senate, as it is claimed, is ngorori, and I'm very sure this is the trend we are supposed to embrace as a House. Maybe in the future, this is the hope of this country, and the Kenyans are looking upon us to give solutions and directions. Honorable Speaker, I strongly support the motion, and I hope the recommendations that you are going to make are not just going to die, just like so many other things that we have been able to prosecute, and they have never seen the light of the day. So these recommendations that you are going to make, Honorable Speaker, I would request the leadership of this House and the entire House to make sure that we implement what we agree, and I'm very sure as a House, as a Senate, we are going to be the symbol of unity for this country. I support.
Senator Kajwang.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to support this motion and to congratulate the Leader of Majority and Leader of Minority for bringing a bipartisan motion of this nature. Indeed, this is the right time to discuss the state of the nation. Mr. Speaker, let me first start by sending my condolences and the delegation that I lead to the 39 families whose children died in the last 1 week. The Kenya National Commission on Human Rights has told us that 36 were injured, 627 young people were arrested, and 32 have disappeared. Mr. Speaker, disappearances and extrajudicial killings have returned to this country, despite the promises that were made during the campaigns. I also wish to sympathize with the traders who have lost their property across the nation. Mr. Speaker, even though not related, allow me to take this opportunity to send my condolences also to the family of the late Joe Barage Wanjui. Those who know Joe Wanjui, he was a chancellor at the University of Nairobi. He is a foremost businessman in this country. And I send condolences because, Mr. Speaker, Joe Wanjui gave me an opportunity to join the financial services world. When I left the university, he never cared about my last name. He cared about my ability to serve. And Mr. Speaker, may his soul rest in peace, and we shall remember his sophisticated humility, which I have struggled to emulate. Mr. Speaker, last week when I was in church, the young people told me when I come to this house, I must read out Ephesians chapter 6, verse 12. For we fight not against flesh and blood, but against principalities and powers. The Gen Zs are not fighting against flesh and blood. Theirs is a fight against principalities and powers, rulers of darkness and wickedness in high places. Gen Zs don't want to kill anybody, even though we are killing them. We have snipers in this building to kill our young people. They are not fighting flesh and blood, Mr. Speaker. It is about wickedness in high places, parliament, state house, city hall, governor's premises, across the nation. It is wickedness in high places that the Gen Zs are fighting against. It was not even the finance bill, Mr. Speaker, that was the problem. The finance bill was a catalyst. All this started when we decided to force on Kenyans a housing law. In fact, it's a good thing that those young people came to parliament, because we are the ones who passed a housing law and told the young people they can go to hell if they want. We are the ones who passed a health law, which nobody understands today. Mr. Speaker, those people who work for the National Health Insurance Fund, they have no certainty. They don't know whether they have a job. Leave alone a job, they don't even know whether they have a health cover. And yet they work for the National Health Insurance Fund. It was this parliament that brought about that kind of wickedness, that many of our people today do not have health cover. Today, children in schools do not have health cover, something that we thought would be a constitutional guarantee. It was taken away, and this parliament kept quiet about it. Mr. Speaker, the Gen Zs are fighting about the neocolonialism that we are seeing today. When Kenyans are complaining about their government, the first person to respond to us is the American ambassador in PowerPoint presentations, telling us how our elections are free and fair, telling us how our president has been sent from God, and telling us that we are making the right decisions, that we should persevere. Gen Zs are tired of that neocolonialism and double standards. Someone told to me that if those protests were about the rights of persons of the LGBTQ community, Mr. Speaker, and 39 people were dead, the Western world would have frozen aid, they would have frozen external assistance to Kenya. Are the lives of gays and lesbians more important than the lives of the 39 that we have talked about? We saw what happened in our neighboring country, Uganda. They came up with laws that limited the rights and freedoms of persons of that orientation. And Uganda has now been denied funding. The Speaker of the Assembly in Uganda is being hounded out of office. She cannot even travel, Mr. Speaker. We do not want the double standards of neocolonialists, and we pray that the Gen Zs in America will do the right thing. Mr. Speaker, the arrogance that we have displayed as a leadership, the tribalism that we have been expressing and calling it shareholding. Shareholding is nothing when it comes to national politics. It is pure tribalism. It is ethnic jingoism. It is ethnic chauvinism. Mr. Speaker, we are talking here with Senator Omtata, asking ourselves, why do you need a voter's card when you already have a national ID? And that has been the system in this country, to disenfranchise certain parts of this country. We have been around through electoral processes, and we know that the registration of voters is a first step for rigging of elections. Mr. Speaker, I want to ask the majority and minority leaders that in that motion, that we should push to ensure that in this country, once you have a national ID card, then you can automatically become a voter. Because I've heard the arrogant politicians, those who voted yes to the finance bill last week, saying that Gen Zs will not take them anywhere because, after all, they are not registered as voters. Once you are a citizen, you've got a right to vote. And we should not introduce additional bureaucracies in the name of registration of voters. The last time we did that exercise, this country spent 7 billion Kenya shillings on biometric voter registration equipment. Those are the areas where we could make savings. If we could take that 7 billion that I am sure that the IBC is going to ask for another round of voter registration, that amount of money can take care of the doctors, can take care of the junior secondary school teachers. Mr. Speaker, we have annoyed the Gen Zs by our fake religious fervor. The religious fundamentalism that is in this country, Mr. Speaker, where we go to churches, and then we say that the persons we vanquished are children of a lesser God, that the victors are the ones who pray to the true God. Today, Gen Zs have told us that the voice of the youth is a voice of God. Mr. Speaker, I've reflected and I've looked at what Wole Soyinka wrote. I think it was Soyinka who wrote The Trouble with Nigeria. And Soyinka said, it was Chinua Achebe. It was Achebe who did the Trouble with Nigeria. He said, there is no problem with the Nigerian land, the Nigerian soil, the Nigerian air, the Nigerian water, the Nigerian seas and lakes. The trouble with Nigeria, as is the trouble with Kenya, is the failure of leadership. It is a cult of mediocrity. It is indiscipline and it is corruption. Mr. Speaker, ever since Achebe made those very, very interesting remarks more than 20, 30 years ago, Kenya has not learned a lesson. I am so happy about this revolution that our young people have brought upon us, because it is going to change the architecture of our politics. Before, the people who mattered were the leaders and owners of parties. Today, the true bosses are the youngsters, the Gen Zs, our brothers and sisters, our sons and daughters. Mr. Speaker, I heard the president say that he wants to set up certain committees to go around the country to find out what the youth want. But why do you ask for a job when you don't know what the people who elected you want, Mr. Speaker? And sometimes we can propose a lot of things, and yet the solutions lie here in this Constitution. We have a chapter or an article, Article 55 of the Constitution, which talks about specific application of rights with respect to youth. And so instead of the president wasting taxpayers' money with another BBI like circus, I invite the president to read Article 55. that says the state shall take measures, including affirmative action programs, to ensure that the youth access relevant education and training, have opportunities to associate, be represented, and to participate in political, social, economic, and other spheres of life, that the youth can access employment, and that they are protected from harmful cultural practices and exploitation. You don't need a committee to go around the country to come and tell you that, because the framers of our Constitution already put it there. What do the Gen Z want, Mr. Speaker? The Gen Z wants us to be faithful to this Constitution, especially the Bill of Rights, the rights and fundamental freedoms in this Constitution, which belong to each individual and are not granted by the state. And the responsibility of the state, as far as the rights are concerned, is to observe, to respect, protect, promote, and to fulfill the realization of those rights. Why do you have to set up committees and dialogue teams? And yet, in the Constitution, it says every Kenyan has got a right to life. That right to life is not abortion. Those boys who are felled by snipers outside this parliament, we have violated their right to life. The young people want equality and freedom from discrimination. That is an obligation of the state in this Constitution. It should not matter whether you are chariot, whether you are karaoke, for you to access jobs. The other day, I'm watching on TV as leadership of KEFIS, Kenya Plant Health Inspectorate Scheme, are talking about a new system that they've launched. The first person to speak sounds like he comes from Meru. The second person to speak sounds like he comes from Meru. The third one to speak sounds like he comes from Meru. The Minister for Agriculture is a former senator for Meru. It should not matter where you come from, because I don't think that Plant Health Inspectorate Services, the expertise only resides in a certain part of the country. But that has been duplicated in each and every ministry. You go to the ICT ministry, everyone perhaps is Otieno, Onyango, Odongo. You go to another ministry of roads, everyone is
Senator
chariot.
Fomeru, Senator Kajwang just yield. Senator Fomeru, we agreed before, just take a seat, just take a seat. We agreed before I'm talking Senator Kathuri. We agreed as a ground rule that there shall be no points of order. Now, there's a reason for that. There's a reason for that. And honorable senators, to get a boil to heal, you don't caress it. If you need the boil to heal, you must squeeze and squeeze it really hard. Now, that process of squeezing is pretty painful. But if we need to get out of this place where we are, if we need to get out of the place we are, we just have to squeeze this boil. So, Senator Kathuri, I will give you an opportunity. I will give you an opportunity where you're going to lay your case and nobody is going to raise a point of order on you. Conclude, Senator Kajwang.
Mr. Speaker, when dry bones are mentioned in a proverb, some people feel jittery. I am talking about the rights and fundamental freedoms that are in the Constitution. Every Kenyan deserves a right to work in public. And that is what the young people are asking for. They are asking for human dignity to be observed. Our people want to be treated properly, like human beings. They don't want to be treated like animals, like we have seen out there in the streets. Our people, our young people, want freedom of conscience, religion, belief, and opinion. They want freedom of expression. They want freedom of association, freedom to assemble, to demonstrate, to picket and petition, and not to be greeted by bullets. Mr. Speaker, when we talk about 39 people dead, it's as if we are counting heaps of logs of firewood. These are children of people. There's a mother somewhere shedding tears today, Mr. Speaker. There is a father somewhere talking about the lost opportunities as a result of a young person doing what he was told he can do comfortably under this Constitution. When you talk about the 39, we are talking about Ibrahim Kamau. Ibrahim Kamau had just left high school, Mr. Speaker. He was felled by a sniper outside this parliament. He was killed within the presence of parliament. We are talking about David Chege, a computer science graduate from Jomo Kenyatta University, felled by a sniper's bullet outside this parliament. The blood has not died in the grass of parliament. We are talking about Eric Shieni, a university student. We are talking about Evans Kiratu, who was killed by a tear gas when tear gas exploded on him. We are talking about Rex Kanyike, Brian Kasaine. Gen Z are saying, grant us the rights that are due to us in the Constitution. More importantly, Gen Zs are demanding that the economic and social rights that are granted unto them in this Constitution and which belong to them, it's not granted by the state. The duty of the state is to fulfill it. These rights belong to the Gen Zs and to the people of Kenya. Mr. Speaker, you don't need a committee of rocket scientists. You don't need a committee of experts. You don't need people from the United Nations to come and interpret for you this Constitution. The answers to the problems are all here. Gen Zs are saying, let us ensure that Chapter 6 of this Constitution is observed and fulfilled, because we have made leadership, and particularly political office, an opportunity to lord over other people and not to serve them. Mr. Speaker, I believe that if the government sat back and reflected, they would realize that all the answers and all the solutions are here. I want to propose further, Mr. Speaker, as we craft this motion and as a leader of majority brings further amendments. I am particularly disturbed when I see the military walking around the streets of Nairobi. Mr. Speaker, we have seen what has happened in neighboring countries. Let us not tempt our military. Let us keep them in the barracks. Let them do the spectacular job they have always done of defending and protecting this nation from external aggression. When you bring the military to the streets, it is like exposing a child to sugar or a child to honey. It has been seen before, it has happened before. South Sudan, Maine, Mr. Speaker. Sudan was a big economy. It was booming. The agricultural sector, the petroleum and mining sector was booming. Sudan is now in shambles. Ethiopia, Mr. Speaker. Ethiopia was an economy that was competing with Kenya. It was poised to overtake Kenya. Safaricom went into Ethiopia, and Kenyan banks and insurance companies wanted to go into Ethiopia. It was messed up by the military. Our resolution, despite what the High Court has done and what the National Assembly did, let the military take the tanks back to the barracks. That should be a resolution of this House. Number two, Mr. Speaker, I have had some instances of sibling rivalry. Because the Senate is sitting and the National Assembly is in hiding, there are people who are saying, scrap the Senate. Mr. Speaker, I want to tell those who say scrap the Senate that we've got a good record as a Senate. We have referred 146 cases to the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission. And Mr. Speaker, out of the 146 cases, very few of them have been investigated or prosecuted to the final conclusion. And we have told EACC we are going to bring them here before the Committee of the Whole. And Mr. Speaker, I want to tell Gen Z, please pay EACC a visit. There is a problem there. You guys need to go and visit and say hello to the EACC because we have a problem. Mr. Speaker, this House, in terms of accountability, has impeached at least 5 governors. That is 10% of the counties. Can our brothers tell us how many ministers they have impeached? This House has gone to the Supreme Court to seek opinions that has developed jurisprudence in this nation. This House in unison marched to Milimani. And Mr. Speaker, in our march to Milimani, the late Senator Haji, the Senator Gideon Moi, the senators that you could not imagine were the ones who were leading our march to Milimani on the concurrence matter. Mr. Speaker, this Senate has taken its services and its sittings out of Nairobi. And I think we've gone to 4 counties. This Senate has organized legislative conferences and devolution conferences. They should tell us the last time the National Assembly sat outside Nairobi. But it does not matter, Mr. Speaker, because in the end, the difference between us and them is like the difference between a cheetah and a leopard. And in my community, we have one name for both. And so it does not matter whether we voted yes or no. We are all collectively in this. Mr. Speaker, the SRC matter has been dealt with, and I think perhaps what we should have said is that what should have gone to MPs as a salary increment should be redirected to a certain course, perhaps the course of doctors or the course of the junior secondary school teachers. I would like in this motion, Mr. Speaker, for the majority leader to include another action, that the Cabinet Secretary to the Treasury, Professor Njuguna, who has the habit of snubbing the Senate every time we invite him, to invoke Article 225 on any county executive that gets an adverse opinion. What Article 225 talks about is that 50% of funds are withheld until the county comes up with a recovery action plan. And Mr. Speaker, 10% of the money we send to counties is wasted. Not stolen, wasted. Utilized on things that are not necessary. And all our budgets at a national level, 10% is wasted. Mr. Speaker, I want that motion to direct that we go towards a digital government. There are so many meetings that we hold that do not require people to be in the same room. We can do Zoom, we can use virtual technologies, and the Commission should tell us, when there was COVID, they told us we were procuring a system to facilitate virtual parliament. Why are we still using Zoom, which cannot work properly and can be hacked? So we must drive towards a digital government. Mr. Speaker, on constitutional commissions, Senator Omtata has made a strong case. We must demand that we are part of Parliament and we must be involved in allocation of budgets to constitutional commissions. The Kenya National Commission on Human Rights, Mr. Speaker, is being overshadowed by the Law Society of Kenya. And I want to congratulate the leadership of the Law Society of Kenya. They have stood up for the rights of persons who are involved in this protest. They have done better than the Constitutional Commission that is supposed to guarantee observance of human rights in this republic. They have done better than the Commission on Administration of Justice. The last time I heard my friend and sister, the Ombudsman, speak, she was speaking about Muguka. She was not talking about the rights of people and maladministration in this country, which is supposed to be her duty. I hope Gen Zs can also pay her a visit. Mr. Speaker, the National Gender and Equalization Commission is not doing what they should be doing. I hope they can also be paid a visit. Mr. Speaker, I want to...
Senator Kajwang, 2 minutes to wind up your thought.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was about to suggest that they pay you a visit, but you have...
With that, can you take your seat? Proceed.
Mr. Speaker, we shall protect you. And Mr. Speaker, I conclude by supporting and thanking Senator Aaron Cheriot and Senator Mazzaya for this motion. Let us stand for this country. Let us do the right things. If this country burns, Mr. Speaker, we have nowhere to go. You have seen the frustration and the problems our brothers and sisters from South Sudan face. Sudan is in fire. Ethiopia is burning. Our neighboring countries are in problems. The Democratic Republic of Congo is on the precipice. Even Rwanda itself is on the precipice. We cannot afford to go that route. And the person who takes us to that route, Mr. Speaker, will not be the Gen Z. It will be us in office. It will be the wickedness in high places. It will be the principalities and powers that reside in State House, that reside in this Senate, and that reside in the National Assembly that will take us there. If we are the problem, then the Gen Zs have all legitimate rights to kick us out. But let us smell the coffee, let us wake up before it gets too late. I believe that Kenya can be redeemed. Mr. Speaker, I support.
Senator Roba.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, sir, allow me to start with sharing my condolences with the families and the friends and the entire country for the 34 souls that were lost in this exercise. Now, I just hear from my colleague that the number has gone to 39. At the same time, Mr. Speaker, sir, I would like to also share my sympathies with the Kenyans, innocent Kenyans whose properties were either looted or vandalized. I also stand here, Mr. Speaker, sir, because often little problems that happen tend to overshadow the bigger picture of what our security forces have been able to do. While there are rogue security officers that have caused a lot of pain to Kenyans, but there are those that have really stood very firm to protect this country from going into anarchy, and by making sure they abided by keeping law and order without also violating the rights of our protesters as enshrined in the Constitution. I say this because I watched a very emotional video, Mr. Speaker, sir, where an armed police officer with a gun, with everything, was chased down the street. He could have opted to use the gun to protect himself, but accepted to be clobbered by the mob for the sake of making sure that extrajudicial killing does not happen. And we have such security officers that we must applaud and also share our sympathies with them for doing an excellent job. Mr. Speaker, sir, allow me to also congratulate Generation Z for their unprecedented success in this country. And what they have achieved over a few days is going to go down the democratic space of this country as an indelible mark in the nation, Kenya, for many years to come. Mr. Speaker, sir, for many people, maybe understanding the plight of Gen Z was a very difficult issue. I have a daughter who is in Form 2, Mr. Speaker, and I was away. I called. She was in midterm break, and I called to say bye-bye because she was going back to school. And the only question she asked me, Baba, can I ask you something? Are you supporting the finance bill? And she's in a boarding school. And I told her, no, Baba, I'm not supporting. And she said, had you answered you're supporting Baba, I would never been able to raise my head up in school because everybody knows my father is a member of parliament. These are the unfortunate scenarios we have, whereas maybe the adults don't understand. Our Gen Z have really understood what is bedeviling them. Mr. Speaker, sir, maybe it's worth to reflect on what is the true frustration of Gen Z. You look at the public service advertisement in Kenya. Only those that are able and have money will have access to opportunities in the public service, whether it is at the national level or at the county level. Now you have children going to school and going through the most levels of higher education, but with zero hope of getting employed. Then they look at the budget of the nation and they try and comb through the budget to see if there is only hope contained in that budget that is going to really help them out, and they see nothing. And they see an opportunity that oppresses more in the finance bill, and that has boiled into a situation where they had taken the matters into their hand. Madam Speaker, sorry, I did not notice the seat has changed. Madam Speaker, while I congratulate Gen Z for exercising their right to, demonstrate and share their concerns, I also wish to point out that the exercise of freedom of picketing should be practiced in moderation and with a lot of control, so that the exercise of that right does not infringe on the right of others, as it is. Madam Speaker, true wisdom lies in recognizing that smart people do not invite anarchy upon themselves, but rather find every little opportunity for them to fight anarchy. I was fortunate or unfortunate enough to have had experience in my past life as a pilot, to have worked with the UN agencies in more than 10 devastated countries. And that is, name them: South Sudan under Operation Lifeline Sudan, North Sudan, Darfur section, Central African Republic, Chad, Somalia, Afghanistan, Congo, Liberia, among others. And I've seen real life what anarchy means in terms of the level of devastation, the level of suffering, the level of human suffering mothers, women, and children undergo, for you to be able to imagine that this country can easily be allowed to go into anarchy. It is extremely important as leaders, and I want to take this opportunity at this juncture to really immensely appreciate the efforts of the House leadership, particularly the majority leader and the minority leader, for this bipartisan approach, for us to be able to do moments of sincere self-reflection as leaders in this country, and also as the moment that has really awoken, the true humbleness in the leadership as it is. Madam Speaker, I want to, maybe take this opportunity as the Chair of Finance and Budget, because I've seen the memorandum that the President has sent back to National Assembly. That memorandum ought to have also come to the Senate, but nevertheless, I want to take this opportunity to advise the Cabinet Secretary for Treasury to be able to get to understand first. Government ministries, whether at the county level or national level, have the tendency to use different words to mean the same thing for purpose of generating budget lines to be allocated money. If the Cabinet Secretary will sit on the budget of the government of Kenya, I'm 100% sure he will be able to come through to reduce the amount of deficit, maybe as a result of the finance bill having been rejected by the President. Issues to do with recurrent expenditure, feel good allocations to politically correct individuals in form of development that are absolutely unnecessary, and issues to do with renovation, refreshment, training and development, and many other issues, including foreign and domestic travel. I would like to urge National Treasury to really get through, comp the numbers in order to be able to get a rational budget that is able to really capture the aspiration of Kenyans as well as Gen Z in terms of living within our means. Now, Madam Speaker, let me come to the realities of the government of our President, President William Samoei Ruto. Madam Speaker, I was in Azimio in the last general election. But after election, through invitation, I managed to join Kenya Kwanza government. And by joining, we happen to have majority in the Senate and majority in the National Assembly. However, Madam Speaker, the President was very wise, maybe enough, to have considered those that have supported him and give them cabinet consideration. However, 2 years have passed. August next month, 2 years would have lapsed in the first term of government. It is about time for the President to be able to really look very, very deeply into whether or not political reward has really managed to help him manage the political government into delivering the result that is required. I say this because I have first-hand experience on many issues. I have examples of cabinet secretaries. I am a co-principal in Kenya Kwanza, but I have cabinet secretaries in this government that have tried to really look for, try to make phone calls to, not for personal issue, but issues affecting the public that have elected us into office to represent them. Phone calls are not responded to. Messages are not responded to. And when you walk to the office, that is supposed to be providing services, the offices, the occupant of the offices are not in the office. A period of 6 months have passed to the level that I decided to take my frustration to the President of the Republic of Kenya and share with him trivial issues that could have been managed at the Cabinet Secretary's office, which is their mandate to do, and the political leaders have a responsibility of representation, which is a critical role that they need to undertake on behalf of the people that elected them into office. And only for the President to call and share the same issues I would have shared with the respective Cabinet Secretary. And I was asked to go and see the Cabinet Secretary. 6 months down the line, I am unable to see that Cabinet Secretary. Now the question I ask myself, my issues are very minor. I can overlook and forget about it. But the question is, who is managing the political government of President Ruto? Who is managing? If the Cabinet Secretaries do not understand their role, that everything must be done by the President of the Republic of Kenya, trivial issues that the President should not even speak to, issues that a Cabinet Secretary needs to attend to. And instead, what we have are Cabinet Secretaries that are working.
Senator Keroche, can you please consult in
What we have are Cabinet Secretaries that are working as CEOs of private entities. They talk to who they want, be in the office when they want, and they make feel-good appointments that are picture smart. The other issue, as I observed, because this is an excellent moment of reflection, where they've dumped our president into launching projects that the procurement process has not been even finished. Project then that in this age of information, project that the president goes, he does groundbreaking. 6 months later, nothing has happened. Who are responsible for that? Cabinet Secretaries. Why? Because they are looking for picture smart opportunities for them to be able to be seen they are working. Now we have a situation where, unless the president speaks, you don't see any Cabinet Secretary speaking in defense of the government. You don't see them moving. Okay, you find them flying, only for them to get opportunities that will make them, a feel-good opportunity for that matter. The president is faced with a huge challenge when it comes to most cabinet members. A few of them are very diligent at delivery, but most cabinet secretaries are not delivering for the president. And the president cannot run the country and also run the political government of that country. It requires cabinet members who are able to do their responsibilities with minimum supervision. Madam Speaker, at some point, I shared, some unfortunate advice, maybe even to our president. He does not have to go every other Sunday to a new church, because he will be bombarded with requests, and those requests he will be forced to make promises that it will be impossible to fulfill. It makes the president look bad. Maybe the same way President Moi, Marehemu President Moi, President Kibaki were able to go to churches within the CBD, so that you are able to provide a lot of time to supervise your ministries as required. Our president also does not have to fly every other day to this small event you are invited to this other small event you are invited to. An MP tells you there is some small event, you go. You lack the time required for you to sit down and supervise your ministries in State House, and for you to be able to reflect on the performance of your ministries as required. It is extremely critical that our president does not respond to every little issue that is there. For example, I was very pained as a leader in Kenya Kwanza when reporters who are also fighting for fame and space, you invite them in the middle of chaos for interview to State House. These reporters themselves are fighting for space. Why do you invite them? Then you are able to give, you want to inform the country, do press briefing. That does not require for you to, and then you get reporters that themselves, that is an opportunity for them to really, make you look bad and fight for fame themselves. It's a very unfortunate scenario that took shape. Our president does not have to speak every time. He shouldn't speak every time to every little issue that comes up. He needs to reflect more. Use the cabinet and other structures of government to be able to speak government positions as required. And I want to really, end by in the moment of the opportunity, end by saying two issues. I would like to urge His Excellency the President, Madam Speaker, I would like to urge him to get to understand it is very easy for Kenya to accomplish free secondary education in this country. We only need to restructure CDF so that you don't have parents going to the doors of members of parliament begging them for school fees, and school fees being dished out as a favor. School fees being dished out as a favor to these parents. Or if you are not politically correct, you don't get. Why should Kenya of the 21st century be able to be subjecting itself to that? Yet, there's a lot of money in the name of CDF where the members of parliament are using it as a privilege to say, I can do that for you, or you didn't support me, forget about it. The government can provide free secondary education. Something that will be populous and will make this president look good. Something that will identify with Gen Z, and they're able to understand that their plight has been looked into by the government of the day. It is not impossible. My governor has tried to provide free secondary education. It's a little bit challenging, but in Mandera it's taking shape. Why can't it be replicated in the whole nation? And all we need is to restructure CDF so that the amounts being used can be directed and free secondary school be provided to our younger generations and those that are unable to pay their fees. Madam Speaker, in the interest of time, I beg to support. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Roba. Senator Mwaruma Jones Mwashushe.
Asante Mheshimiwa Spika kwa hii fursa umenipa ili kuchangia huu mjadala mchakato wa kutathmini hali halisi ya nchi hii yetu ya Kenya. Kwanza kabisa nishukuru kiongozi walio wengi, Senator wa Kericho Aaron Cheriot, na kiongozi walio wachache, Senator wa Kilifi hakimu mstaafu Stuart Mazayo, kwa kuleta huu mswada wa kuangalia hali halisi ya Kenya. La pili, nishukuru maseneta na hii nyumba kukubali kubakia ili kuangalia vile Kenya ilivyo, kwa sababu sasa hii Mheshimiwa Spika, Kenya iko katika njia panda. Mheshimiwa Spika, bunge la kitaifa liliamua kwenda nyumbani na kukimbia wakati Kenya inawahitaji. Kwa hivyo nishukuru maseneta wote. La pili, Mheshimiwa Spika, nichukue fursa kwa niaba yangu na wananchi wa Taita Taveta kutoa risala za rambirambi kwa ndugu, jamaa na marafiki ambao walipoteza watu wao wakati wa maandamano. Haya maandamano, Mheshimiwa Spika, yalikuwa ni ya kupinga mswada wa fedha ambayo yaliongozwa na vijana wanajiita Gen Z ama kizazi cha Zuma. Mheshimiwa Spika, kwa hekima ya rais, aliamua kwamba huo mswada au uondoe na urudi kwa bunge la kitaifa. Hiyo ilikuwa ni hekima yake. Lakini hekima nyingine, Mheshimiwa Spika, kwa sababu tuko mahali hatuaminiani, ni vyema bunge la kitaifa lirudi na liangalie mapendekezo ya rais ili huo mswada tuwe sawa kabisa na tuwe na uhakika ya kwamba umeondolewa kikamilifu. Kwa sababu sheria, Mheshimiwa Spika, inasema kwamba baada ya siku 14 hata kama rais hajatia kisaini, basi ule mswada utaanza kutekelezwa. Mheshimiwa Spika, wakati tumekuwa katika njia panda, wakati mwingi kama Wakenya tumesimama na kuongea, na si mara ya kwanza tumeanza kuongea kwa sababu ya nchi yetu. Mwaka wa 97 tuliongea katika ile ufungamano initiative. Mwaka wa 2019 pia tuliongea na kuja na mapendekezo ya ile inaitwa BBI, ingawaje ilienda vile ilienda. Na sasa hivi pia, Mheshimiwa Spika, tukiona watu wanaandamana, hiki ni kiini tu cha juu ya kwamba Wakenya hawana furaha na yale yanayoendelea katika nchi yao. Mheshimiwa Spika, ukiangalia watafiti wengi ambao wanafanya utafiti Kenya, washasema tayari kwamba Wakenya hawana imani na uongozi na hawafurahii pale Kenya inapoelekea. Mheshimiwa Spika, hawa vijana wa kizazi cha Zuma walipigana na kuandamana kwa sababu ya huu mswada wa fedha. Lakini hiyo sio shida yenyewe peke yake. Hicho kilikuwa ni kiini tu ama kianzo tu. Wakati wa vita vya kwanza vya dunia, Mheshimiwa Spika, ilichukua kuuawa kwa Franz Ferdinand na vita vya kwanza vya dunia vikaanza. Leo hii zile shida ambazo ziko Kenya zimechukua mswada wa fedha ili kufanya maandamano, na watu wakazinduka wakasema ni vyema tukae chini na tuongee, tuangalie kwa kina kuna shida gani Kenya. La kwanza katika mchango wangu, Mheshimiwa Spika, ningependa kusema ya kwamba kila mtu afanye kazi yake. Tuko na katiba ambayo imetupatia majukumu katika serikali, na hiyo katiba iko na miguu mitatu. Mguu wa kwanza ni watendakazi ama executive, mguu wa pili ni bunge, na mguu wa tatu ni mahakama. Mheshimiwa Spika, ukiangalia saizi huwezi jua tofauti ya watendakazi ama executive na bunge, kwa sababu bunge imemezwa na watendakazi. Bunge haifanyi kazi yake ya uangalizi. Bunge haifanyi kazi yake ya kutunga sheria. Bunge haifanyi kazi yake ya uwakilishi. Kama bunge ingekuwa inafanya kazi yake na wao ni wawakilishi wa wananchi, basi mswada wa fedha haungepita vile ulipita na ukapelekea maandamano na watu zaidi ya 40 poteza maisha yao. Wabunge saizi wamekuwa kama watendakazi. Wabunge wa bunge la kitaifa saizi wako na CDF. Wao ni kusema kwamba wamejenga manyumba, wanapiga mapicha, wanasema nimefanya kazi, nimenunulia shule fulani basi, wazazi nimewapatia CDF. Hiyo kazi si kazi ya bunge, hiyo ni kazi ya watendakazi ama executive. Wabunge wameacha kazi yao, na uwezi tofautisha bunge ni nani na executive ni nani. Mheshimiwa Spika, saizi kazi za executive zinafanywa na wabunge. Unasikia mbunge ako na milioni 160, hiyo ni ya CDF. Unasikia mbunge amepewa pesa sijui ni ya stima, mbunge amepewa pesa ya barabara. Na hao wabunge wanafanya kandarasi wakitafuta wakandarasi wao wenyewe. Kazi ya mbunge ni kuangalia mkandarasi afanye kandarasi yake vizuri. Kama ni barabara inajengwa, imejengwa namna gani. Lakini swali langu mbunge na Mheshimiwa Spika, nauliza kila siku, kama wewe ndio umetafuta mkandarasi na ameweka barabara labda mara ameweka vibaya, utamuuliza namna gani kwamba ameweka mara vibaya, na wewe mwenyewe ni kazi ambayo umetafuta mkandarasi wako mwenyewe na unakula 10% ama 10%. Mheshimiwa Spika, kama kila mtu angefanya kazi yake vile Mheshimiwa Kajwang amesema kwamba kuna nepotism ama kuna ukabila katika uajiri wa wafanyikazi. Juzi Mheshimiwa Spika, watu walikuwa wanaajiriwa kwa KRA. Kati ya watu 600 ambao walifanyiwa interview ama mahojiano, watu 500 wanatoka katika kabila mbili. Kama bunge ingefanya kazi yake vizuri, wangeweza kutengua hicho kitendawili cha ukabila katika public service. Mheshimiwa Spika, ukiangalia katika counties zetu, pesa inaibiwa, zaidi ya 10% ya pesa ambayo inaenda kwa county government inaibiwa, kwa sababu wale wajumbe ambao na counties wao wenyewe ndio wanafanya kazi kambaye wao ndio watenda kazi. Wanapeana zabuni kwa wakandarasi wao, kazi inafanywa ambayo haifai ama kwa kizungu shoddy job, na hawawezi uliza manake wale wakandarasi ni wao. Lakini kila mtu, Mheshimiwa Spika, angefanya kazi yake, basi hawa vijana wetu hawangeweza kulalamika waseme kwamba tumefinyika na uchumi wetu umeharibika. Kuna 30% na waongeaji wamesema hapa ambayo imetengwa kwa vijana, kina mama na walemavu. Lakini kama mbunge atafanya kandarasi zake mwenyewe, MC atafanya kandarasi zake mwenyewe, je, wale kina mama, wale vijana, wale walemavu watapata lini nafasi ya kufanya kandarasi na kujitengenezea pesa, Mheshimiwa Spika? Kwa hivyo mimi nasema kama kila mtu angefanya kazi yake mwenyewe, basi Kenya yetu itakuwa nzuri. Ufisadi umekithiri, Mheshimiwa Spika. Magavana na mawaziri wanaitwa katika bunge ya Senate ama bunge la kitaifa, wanakimbia mahakamani. Na mfano mzuri ni gavana wa Isiolo. Ameitwa kwa Senate, akakimbia mahakamani kusimamisha kuitwa kwake. Sasa kule kama mahakama itasema huyu gavana asije, je, atawajibika namna gani na atasema ametumia pesa namna gani? Kwa hivyo pia mahakama wangesema tu wacha wewe enda kwa Senate, hata kupatia order zozote za kusimama usiende huko, Kenya ingekuwa nzuri. Na Mheshimiwa Spika, sheria inasema kwamba wakati mtu hajakuja bunge, inspector wa polisi ashike gavana, ashike waziri, aje kwa bunge. Lakini inspector wetu wa polisi ama polisi wetu wameshindwa kuleta watu ambao ni wafisadi katika bunge letu. Sasa kama kila mtu afanyi kazi yake, ni kuonyesha ya kwamba ufisadi utakithiri na hatutapata maendeleo, na hawa watu wanaitwa kizazi cha Zuma hawatawacha kupigania haki zao, Mheshimiwa Spika. Mheshimiwa Spika, ningependa kwa kusema kwamba vijana walifanya maandamano na ni haki yao kabisa kulingana na ibara ya 37. Walifanya maandamano ya amani, lakini wakora wakaingia na wakaharibu yale maandamano, na hao wakora naona wengine waliletwa na serikali yenyewe ili kuonyesha kwamba wale waandamanaji hawajui wanachofanya. Mheshimiwa Spika. Mheshimiwa Spika, la pili ningependa kusema ni kulingana na ibara ya kwanza. Ibara ya kwanza inasema kwamba nguvu za uongozi zinatoka kwa mwananchi, na zile nguvu anaweza zitekeleza mwenyewe moja kwa moja ama kupitia kwa yule mtu aliyemchagua. Mheshimiwa Spika, kama nguvu za uongozi zinatoka kwa mwananchi, itakuwa kuaje mwananchi hasikizwi vile anavyosema? Mheshimiwa Spika, kumekuwa na lalama. Mwaka uliopita kulikuwa na mswada wa fedha ambao ulileta housing levy na ukaleta tax nyingi sana. Mheshimiwa Spika. Mheshimiwa Spika, wakati wa kupigania uhuru, tulipigania uhuru kwa sababu 3. Ya kwanza, Mheshimiwa Spika, ni kutoza ushuru kupita kiasi. Ya pili, yalikuwa ni mambo ya mashamba. Ya 3 ni ile tunaita slavery. Mheshimiwa Spika, saizi pia watu wameona kama wametoza ushuru sana na wameona kama hawana njia ya kujikwamua na wanapigania uhuru wa 3. Mheshimiwa Spika, kwa hivyo kama tungekubali ya kwamba nguvu za uongozi ziko kwa mwananchi na sisi tumechaguliwa na tukakopeshwa zile njia, basi rais angesikiza vile wananchi wanavyosema. Basi wabunge wangesikiza wananchi wanavyosema kwamba hatutaki huu mswada wa fedha kwa sababu unatufinya, unatuibia pesa, unachukua pesa kutoka kwa mfuko yetu. Mheshimiwa Spika, katika chuo kikuu cha Harvard, wasomi wa kule Harvard walikuja na theory ama nadharia, kwa kimombo inaitwa principal agent theorem. Katika ile nadharia, Mheshimiwa Spika, ambayo ni nadharia inatumika kwa mambo ya kiuchumi, walisema ya kwamba, na tutaitumia pia kwa mambo ya uongozi, walisema ya kwamba katika uongozi principal ama mkuu ni mwananchi, alafu agent ama mjumbe ni yule ambaye amechaguliwa. Sasa haiwezekani wewe mjumbe umechaguliwa, ni mbunge, ni senator, ama ni president, ama ni gavana, unajiamulia mambo yako mwenyewe bila kuhusisha mwananchi. Na mwananchi akitoa sauti yake unamuuliza, ulisoma mswada? Unasema nipige la kwa mswada, uliusoma? Lakini mwananchi akisema piga la kwa huu mswada kwa sababu unanifinya, na wewe ni mjumbe, sio mkuu, tusikize wananchi wetu. Tulisikiza ya kwamba ama tukasikia ya kwamba kuna wabunge walinunuliwa kwa shilingi milioni 2. Unanunuliwa kwa shilingi milioni 2 ili usipigie mswada vile mwananchi wako wanavyotaka. Katika hii nadharia ya mkuu na mjumbe, huko ni kukosea heshima na kwa dharau na kuonyesha kiburi kwa mwananchi aliyekuchagua. Mwananchi aliyekuchagua lazima aje mbele, na wewe mapenzi yako na mapendekezo yako na matumbo yako yaje nyuma. Tukiwa na heshima na tujue kwamba mwananchi ndio ako mbele na ako juu, na yeye ndio mwajiri wetu. Na hata sisi, Mheshimiwa Spika, tunaitwa wajumbe. Mjumbe wa Murang'a, mjumbe wa Sabatia, mjumbe kwa sababu wewe sio mkuu. Nguvu za uongozi ziko kwa nani? Nguvu za uongozi ziko kwa mwananchi. Wakati tumesimama kujipiga kifua na kuwa na kiburi kwa sababu umepata vipesa kidogo na unaonyesha ya kwamba sasa wewe ndio unakalia yule mwananchi, mwananchi atafanya maendeleo vile tumeonyeshwa katika hiki kizazi kinaitwa kizazi cha Zuma. Mheshimiwa Spika, kama kila mtu angefanya kazi yake, wabunge wamepewa kazi ya kufanya bajeti. Mheshimiwa Spika, nilikuwa naongea na mjumbe wangu mmoja ambaye ako katika kamati ya bajeti. Anasema Treasury inaleta bajeti katika bunge, lakini hakuna njia ya kubadilisha ile bajeti kwa sababu Treasury na serikali imeleta ile bajeti. So nauliza, kama kazi yenu ama kazi ya bunge ni kutunga bajeti, kwa nini hakuna ugavi wa kisawasawa wa rasilimali? Maeneo mengine, Mheshimiwa Spika, kama Taita Taveta yameachwa nyuma sana. Hakuna miradi tunayopata ya zaidi ya shilingi milioni 500 ama bilioni 1. Tuko na barabara ya Bura Mgange, Bundanyi, Mto Magoti. Hiyo barabara ilianza mwaka 2020 na mpaka leo imewekewa kama milioni 200 peke yake. Tumepitisha bajeti 4 za zaidi ya trilioni 3 na tunakosa bilioni 2 peke yake kumaliza ile barabara. Mheshimiwa Spika, ni kwa sababu gani? Ni kwa sababu hamna rais na kura zenu ama hisa zenu katika serikali ni chache. Mheshimiwa Spika, tusipoangalia haya mambo, kuna maeneo mengi yanakosa maendeleo kwa sababu hawawezi kuwa na rais na kwa sababu hawako karibu na rais. Kwa hivyo kuwekewa pesa ya maendeleo inakuwa ni shida sana, Mheshimiwa Spika. Kwa hivyo ni jukumu la serikali na bunge kuangalia kwamba ugavi wa rasilimali uwe sawa. Mheshimiwa Spika, la mwisho kabisa, huu mswada umesemekana ya kwamba kwa vile utarudi na mswada wa finance haukupita, basi dora itarudi na kwa hivyo kara pia itabadilika. Lakini naomba maseneta wenzangu, ule mswada wa dora ukirudi, tusijaribu kupunguza pesa yetu iwe chini ya bilioni 400.1 vile tulipitisha kwa dora. Kwa sababu gani? Hali ama pesa inayoenda kwa magatuzi ni kidogo sana. Afya ambayo ni muhimu Kenya imegatuliwa. Kilimo ambayo ni muhimu sana imegatuliwa. Lakini pesa ambayo tunapeleka kule ni finyu sana. Kwa hivyo nitashangaa sana mradi ukirudi hapa na tuanze kusema tunapunguza pesa ya magatuzi, ilhali Mheshimiwa Spika, tumeona kiburi, majivuno ya wale mawaziri na watu wetu ambao wanafanya kazi kule katika serikali ya kitaifa, ambao wananunua saa ya milioni 3, viatu ni vya 500,000, magari ni Lexus na kwenda juu, na walikuwa maskini wengi wao tukiwa nao hapa kama maseneta. Kwa hivyo Mheshimiwa Spika, ningependa kurai bunge hili la Seneti, sisi kama watu wanaofanya kazi ya kulinda magatuzi, na nimesema katika mada yangu leo, kila mtu afanye kazi yake, tutakuwa tumeshindwa kutekeleza majukumu yetu kama seneta kama tutakubali pesa ipungue zaidi ya chini ya bilioni 400.1. La mwisho kabisa Mheshimiwa Spika, taasisi ambazo zimepewa jukumu la kuangalia mambo ya ufisadi ambayo ni DCI na EACC, ikiwezekana EACC ifutiliwe mbali, manake hakuna kazi inayofanya. Kuna watu pale kwetu Mheshimiwa Spika walishikwa na sakata ya pilau, ambao walisema kwamba ilisemekana wamenunua pilau ya shilingi sijui ni milioni 2. Lakini tulipofuatilia tukapata kwamba hizo pilau hawakununua kwa hiyo muuzaji wa hoteli. Tumepeleka kitu kwa EACC, tumepeleka kwa DCI, mpaka leo tunaona watu wanatembea hata hawajapelekwa mahali. Nilienda kwa DCI nikaambiwa sasa tunataka wewe uwe kama witness, niandike statement, nisimame katika mahakama, nikiwe kama witness. Mheshimiwa Spika, EACC wameshindwa kufanya kazi yao kwa sababu wao pia ni wafisadi. Haiwezekani upeleke mahakama ya mbuzi upeleke kwa fisi, Mheshimiwa Spika. Kwa hivyo Mheshimiwa Spika, la mwisho kabisa ni mambo ya kuongezewa mshahara. Watu wengi wameongea hapa, tumekataa huo mshahara. Huo mshahara na ile pesa itakayo kusanywa tukipigana na ufisadi, walimu wa JSS waajiriwe. Clinical officers walipwe pesa yao. Kwa sababu Mheshimiwa Spika, itawezekanaje kuna shida kule watoto wa JSS ama junior secondary wanafunzwa na walimu 2 ama 3, alafu tuambie kwamba tunaongezea pesa? Hiyo pesa tumeikataa, ipelekwe kwa ajili walimu wa JSS. Na nilikuwa nauliza Mheshimiwa Spika, kwa sababu nilikuwa katika taaluma ya walimu miaka hiyo, ya kwamba kama syllabus yetu kama
time up for you, Senator Mwaruma. 1 minute to finish.
Dakika 2 kama wengine.
That's last sentence.
Asante. Kwamba kama curriculum yetu iko spiral, ama ukifunzwa kitu moja leo inafuatilia baada ya miaka 2 unaipata huko mbele inajengwa, na baada ya miaka 2 unaipata huko mbele inajengwa. Kama leo hii hujafundishwa vizuri, je, ukienda huko mbele utaelewa na masomo? Kwa hivyo katika huu mtaala wa JSS, watoto wetu hawafundishwi vizuri na tunamaliza kizazi chote kwa sababu ya kukataa kuajiri walimu. Vile vile serikali ilisema kwamba ikifikia Septemba wataajiri walimu wote 56,000 ambao katika contract. Mheshimiwa Spika, serikali tafute pesa na iajiri hao walimu ili watoto wetu wapate elimu ambayo ni bora na si bora elimu. Kwa hilo Mheshimiwa Spika, napenda kuunga mkono huu mswada. Asante Mheshimiwa Spika.
Senator Junior.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for this opportunity for me also to ventilate on this particular motion. And I want to say right from the onset that I do support this particular motion, Madam Speaker, because this is our country. If it sinks with all of us. Madam Speaker, allow me to first give pass my condolences to the families of those that lost their loved ones during the skirmishes that were there last week and this week, Madam Speaker. We know how it feels to lose a loved one, Madam Speaker, especially where such a death was abrupt and sudden, Madam Speaker. And I maintain that our police officers should only use live bullets or open fire, Madam Speaker, where they are facing an enemy, mostly that is armed. And Madam Speaker, not just somebody that is just demonstrating, Madam Speaker. And I think the police are well trained to deal, to immobilize and arrest wrongdoers, Madam Speaker. So I want to say that opening fire should be the last resort, because everybody that has been given power, they should be able to exercise it with restraint, Madam Speaker, and with the responsibility. Madam Speaker, the Gen Zs have spoken, and they had a right under Section 37 of our Constitution that guarantees any citizen the right to demonstrate and express themselves through demos, Madam Speaker, as long as they are unarmed. And so we want to say the Generation Z were perfectly within their right under the Constitution, and we know they were not armed. Madam Speaker, we must also take this opportunity to separate chaff from wheat, Madam Speaker, because, of course, we know that these demos have been infiltrated by criminals, Madam Speaker, whom we must see to it, especially as police officers. The police officers should see to it that action is taken against criminals that infiltrate genuine demonstrations, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this is a time to reflect. This is a time to ask ourselves, exactly how did we find ourselves here? And Madam Speaker, I may say things that maybe have been said here, Madam Speaker, but we need to repeat where necessary of the things that have not been done in the right way and that have cost us the problem that we find ourselves in. People have talked about opulence, display of, money, living, largesse in the lives of politicians, Madam Speaker. People carrying bundles of notes. Madam Speaker, this is something that must be condemned by all and sundry. Some of us have been ridiculed for not having, those loads and loads of cash. Madam Speaker, that when maybe you are attending a harambe somewhere and you give something or you contribute something from your salary that may not be as big as maybe some colleagues that you may be with, Madam Speaker, carrying hundreds of thousands or even millions, Madam Speaker, it's sad that even some church leaders have ridiculed some of us, saying that we contribute, amounts that cannot even buy some tobacco, Madam Speaker. And so, Madam Speaker, I think this is something that Kenyans have been watching slowly but surely and have not been very happy about, Madam Speaker. And this is something that we should all condemn. Let people, if they have to contribute their hard-earned cash, Madam Speaker, because this points to corruption. Otherwise, we know how much people are paid and how much they contribute in these Arabes, Madam Speaker. And this is something that we need to talk about. Madam Speaker, there have been very many things that have been happening in our society. I have a background of education, Madam Speaker, and I can tell you there are things that we have done in this country that should not be done, including taking some public institutions of learning and kind of privatizing them, Madam Speaker. And allow me to mention one or two. Madam Speaker, we have a school called Hospital Hill Primary School. This is a public school, but that has been privatized. Nairobi Primary School, Madam Speaker.
There is a school called Tigoni Primary School in Kiambu. These are public schools, but which people, the middle class and people who are well-to-do, have taken and, introduced some rules, some, arrangements through the PTA, Madam Speaker, and kind of privatize these schools, where it is very hard for ordinary motors, Madam Speaker, to gain admittance to that school, to those schools for their children. And all this time, our people have been watching, that I cannot be able to take my child to Nairobi Primary School because there are charges, illegal charges, Madam Speaker. And people have been, this has been building up. Madam Speaker, corruption is also something that has made people to build up some anger and, dissatisfaction against government and leadership, Madam Speaker. And recently, there was a young man, Madam Speaker, I know this is a subject of a court case, but I'm not going to discuss the merits or demerits of the same. But Madam Speaker, a young man, it was unfortunate, but a young man felt that he could not, according to his claim, he could not be able to raise the bribe that a police officer was asking, Madam Speaker. And the young man ended up beating up that police officer, Madam Speaker. I do not want to stand here and say that that was right. But, Madam Speaker, you can imagine that it was out of frustration that a police officer is demanding amounts of money from a young man that cannot afford such amounts of money. And, Madam Speaker, some police stations have even been able to upscale corruption. And I want to cite Kasarani Police Station, Madam Speaker. This is a police station where you will find tens of police officers along the road, Madam Speaker. And what do? They do not want to take the usual 50 or 10 or 100 Kenya shillings, Madam Speaker. So they'll just order you to drive your vehicle into the police station where they will demand for a bigger amount of money as bribe, Madam Speaker, before you are released. And, Madam Speaker, we must call this out. This is why we are where we are, because those that cannot afford these amounts of money, Madam Speaker, are always at a disadvantage. What does our judiciary do? In aiding, in solving or helping resolve these matters of corruption, Madam Speaker, the processes are lengthy. Somebody that has been accused, Madam Speaker, of corruption will take ages before their cases are heard and determined. And of course, they are going to buy their way. They are going to compromise even investigations, Madam Speaker, because even the kind of bail they get is very friendly. Somebody stealing, say, 100 million, given a bail, bail terms of about 2 million, Madam Speaker. So people are even more than happy to steal, pay bail, buy whoever that it is that you have to buy. And this is what has caused frustration in our people, Madam Speaker, leading to the events of the last 2 weeks. Madam Speaker, our laws are also weak. The day before yesterday, I think on Tuesday, we hosted the CS Health, Madam Speaker, the Committee of Health, where I'm a member. And, we wanted to know what NHIF is doing to see to it that there are no fraudulent claims, Madam Speaker. And where they are there, what they do in order for them to be able to recover the funds so lost. And, Madam Speaker, we were very frustrated that the law does not allow NHIF, for example, even after they have discovered that a claim was fraudulent, to take such a fraudster to court, Madam Speaker. That they leave it to investigative agencies to look at it and take this matter to court. And, that is frustrating. Because if I catch you stealing some bananas from my shamba, Madam Speaker, I should just go take you to the police, report you to the police station. Then you defend your case. The only thing I should be asked to do is the burden of proof that should be laid on me. But look at what NHIF is saying, that they cannot be able to take a fraudulent medical facility that is placing a fraudulent claim to court, Madam Speaker, that they have to rely on another institution, an investigative one. These are the things that have made Kenyans, that have frustrated Kenyans, and that is why, Madam Speaker, we find ourselves where we were. The other thing is waste of public funds. I've been asking myself, what happened to the Volkswagen Passat that former President Uhuru Kenyatta, when he was finance minister, introduced and decided that those was going to be the vehicles that were going to be used by public officers, Madam Speaker? How did we get back to V8, to Prados for public officers, Madam Speaker? We must go back to living by what we tell Kenyans. Let us see CSS in Volkswagen Passats, Madam Speaker, as was done that time, in order for us to save on public funds, Madam Speaker. The other day I was listening to CS Kuria, and he was saying that he was very, very, very frustrated and very concerned, going to Mombasa, finding some staff, having traveled all the way from Nairobi to Mombasa to receive him, some stuff he did not need. Then when he asked why, he was told that somebody had not had an opportunity to get per diem for quite some time, and that is why they had been sent there. Madam Speaker, really? That all we care is that we see to it that some staffers get per diem, even when we do not need their services? These are things that we need to look into and, of course, make corrections where we need to make corrections, Madam Speaker. Now, many colleagues here have talked about chief administrative secretaries, Madam Speaker. Of course, I know that we don't have any one of them serving. But, Madam Speaker, there are rumors that there are plans to reinstate them. Madam Speaker, do we need CASs? What is it that they can do? What is it that we need them for? What can they do? What are they supposed to do that PSs cannot do, Madam Speaker? These are some of the things that we need to forget and forget completely. There should not even be anything like that because it has been determined as an illegal position, Madam Speaker, so that we save on public funds, Madam Speaker. Many people have mentioned the office of the First Lady, the office of the Second Lady, the office of the Prime Cabinet Secretary, and his spouse also, Madam Speaker. And I'm happy that His Excellency the President has pronounced himself on the closure of these offices, Madam Speaker. And I say this, knowing very well, because in Kiswahili they say, ya Mungu ni mengi, hayajulikani, knowing very well that I can also be president tomorrow, and my wife will be a First Lady. But I do not want my wife, even if I become president, to have an office funded by the Exchequer, Madam Speaker, because we need to save on expenditure, Madam Speaker, and I'm happy that the President has since dealt with that matter and pronounced himself, Madam Speaker. We may need to discuss on whether we need a Prime Cabinet Secretary and an office for that matter, Madam Speaker, for this particular position. Recently, after the floods, Madam Speaker, there were demolitions. But these demolitions were profiled. They only happened in low-income, in those areas where the low-income earners live, Madam Speaker. And this was under the guise of clearing riparian land, Madam Speaker. But go to places like Lavington. You will even see some river courses, Madam Speaker, interfered with in order for somebody to create room to erect buildings along, in fact, next to the river, not just on riparian land, but next to the river. There was no demolition happening there, while we were demolishing settlements of those of the poor, the poorest of the poor, Madam Speaker. And this is what has caused dissatisfaction, Madam Speaker. The law must be seen to be applied equally, Madam Speaker, to those that have and those that do not have, Madam Speaker. I'm surprised how fast time moves. So, Madam Speaker, this is something that has caused a lot of problems with our people. Madam Speaker, the CSs have abandoned the President. None of them, very few of them, are helping the President in this crisis, Madam Speaker. We do not know what is happening. I've been wondering as a person, is it because maybe they did not appreciate that time when they went for the cabinet meeting late and they were locked outside the gate? Madam Speaker, maybe that cost them some demotivation, that maybe demoralized them, and I would want to ask the President, because he must rein in these ESs, but maybe to do it in a way in future that does not see them being ridiculed or see them looking like school children who came late to school, Madam Speaker. So we do not know whether they have the right morale, but this should be looked into. Needless to say of how they pretend, you know, big people cannot answer calls from us. Some of them do not even honor our committee meetings. Madam Speaker, these are things that we need to think about. Madam Speaker, PSs. Do we need all these PSs? Those are questions that we need to ask ourselves, Madam Speaker. Do we need all of them? What is it that they do that cannot be done without them? Madam Speaker, because my time is running out, we need to rethink about CDF, especially the bursaries given by members of the National Assembly. Somebody raised a very pertinent question. Why do we need to give members of the National Assembly money to give to parents to pay to public schools? Why don't we channel those funds directly to these public schools, Madam Speaker? Maybe we can talk about CDF as far as development is concerned. That is something we can discuss. But really, we give members of parliament money to go, you know, give back to government? I mean, what logic is there, Madam Speaker? I mean, we can use what we are calling means testing. Let us use means testing in order for us to assess the needs of every other student so that we send these funds directly to their institutions of learning. We do not have, and we have done very well with the new funding model at the university level. We can cascade these downwards to secondary schools, Madam Speaker. We should not just do the things the way they have been done all this time. And finally, I dare to say, this nation could be under a curse. Madam Speaker, I say that, and this is somehow spiritual. Because, Madam Speaker, a father can curse a child. In the same breath, Madam Speaker, a president can curse a country. A mother can curse a child. What am I trying to say, Madam Speaker? Last year, Northlands, owned by the Kenyattas, was attacked. Sheep stolen. Bad things happened. The police never did anything. And that was associated with some leaders, Madam Speaker. Kenyatta may not have been a saint. President Kenyatta Jomo may not have been a saint. But, Madam Speaker, he was the first president of this country. Madam Speaker, he can cast this country from his grave. And this is something that we should take very seriously, Madam Speaker. There have been claims, Madam Speaker. We do not know how true they are.
Senator Newton, there were some ground rules laid before, and I think you wish to abide by them if you were well advised by the majority leader.
Madam Speaker, we said we are just reflecting, and if we want to know how we can heal this nation. So, Madam Speaker, I think these are things that we need to look into. When the former President Uhuru Kenyatta claims, rightly or wrongly, that he's not getting his benefits, Madam Speaker, that's another curse that can befall us. When we are told that security has been withdrawn from the First Lady, Madam Speaker, this can also cause a curse. So what do I suggest that we do, Madam Speaker? Let us...
Senator Newton, the guidance I have given you is we were to avoid names in the debates, so that you do not personalize.
Okay.
That was the ground rule that was given.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Then I'm well guided.
One minute for you to finish.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm suggesting, Madam Speaker, because I love this country, and I cry for this country, Madam Speaker. Can we approach the people that I have mentioned? Can we apologize to them? Can we seek that they lift any curse that they may be having against this nation, Madam Speaker? Because we must speak, Madam Speaker, let us approach these people, tell them if we wronged you, we are sorry. If you have spelled any curse on this nation, we persuade you, we beseech you, please lift any such curse that may have been here, because we want our nation to heal, Madam Speaker, and we must do everything, whatever we do, whoever we talk to, but our nation must heal. Madam Speaker, I support, and thank you for even the extension of time. Thank you very much.
Senator Catherine Muma, she's not here. Senator Asige.
Thank you. Thank you, Speaker. As I rise to support this motion, I also want to stand on the submission that I made last week, because everything that I said, I meant. And I also wish to appreciate our substantive
Senators,
speaker.
Can you just consult in low tones? Majority Leader, please guide the team to consult in low tones. Proceed, Senator Asige.
Speaker, I must begin by appreciating our substantive speaker for steering us so well through this very sensitive subject matter. He has done a very good job, and we thank him. The gig is up, Speaker. The emperor has no clothes. Speaker, I wish to lay the foundation of my contribution in the famous play titled King Lear by William Shakespeare. Widely regarded as Shakespeare's finest work, King Lear is an allegory that illustrates a sharp fall from grace from a king who is drunk with pride, with ego, the desperate need for control and praise, who makes a series of mistakes by listening to his immoral eldest two daughters and bad advisors, who exist only to praise him for their own personal gain. Though caring for him greatly and always wanting the best for him, Speaker, King Lear chooses to reject his youngest daughter, Cordelia, because she refuses to flatter or feed his ego like the others, by telling him the truth, even at the risk of her losing her inheritance. Shakespeare's motif revolves around King Lear's fall into error and Machiavellian ways, which we see when he arrogantly declares that he has ultimate power and can choose to ignore his subjects whenever he is pleased with them. His inability to see the truth leads him to lose power, wealth, his senses, his truest daughter Cordelia, and ultimately his own life. Speaker, the entire internet was screaming during Sunday night's interview with the president. Don't mean to anthropomorphize, but TV screens across the country would have turned themselves off themselves if they could, after what is said to have been a train wreck of a conversation from start to finish that left the emperor naked. I must acknowledge, however, the decision by the president to have a 2-hour unscripted sit-down, because seldom do African heads of state risk putting themselves in unpredictable, uncontrolled environments like that. With our majority leader setting the tone through this motion, let the Senate be your Cordelia, Mr. President. You are a leader in the service industry, and I was told just last night that the two most vital pillars in the service industry are perception and experience. And for such a delicate subject matter, you at the very least need a stellar crisis communications team, because your words kept fueling the fire last week. I also want to remind the president that it's not about him. It's not personal. We didn't name it Kenya Kwanza. That wasn't us. Kenya Kwanza. Not Kwanza the noun, Speaker, but Kwanza the adjective. And instead of putting Kenya first, your presidency has put Machiavellianism first, like King Lear, when all that us young people wanted was for you to put Kenya first. Like a performance review of sorts, Speaker, we expected that on his third attempt to address us on Sunday night, he would come with details, with data, definitives, strategies, but it was still so vague, so non-committal, so uninformed. It felt dismissive and disconnected. Speaker, The president went on national television without a clue of what has been happening in the country that he believes he governs. Was the deputy president right in his address last week as well, that his boss may not know all that is going on in the country? How many people are in custody, he was asked. He replied, I have a ballpark figure from the police that they have enough people. What do you say to the youth who say yours is not a listening government, he was asked. He said, I have 4 things: housing jobs, digital jobs, export of labor, manufacturing. You believed barely 1.5 years ago that you could run the country on 2.9 trillion. In a few months, you went to Parliament and requested 3.6 trillion. This year, you went to Parliament and requested 4.2 trillion. And what do they see in return? They see extravagance in government, he was told. He replied, let me tell you the following. Today, universities were almost closed because of debts of 60 billion shillings. I have enhanced their budget by 40 billion shillings because education, to me, is the greatest equalizer. Speaker, this went on and on and on. Tone deaf and not answering what Kenyans really wanted to hear from the president. Not only were shots fired at innocent young protesters last week, Speaker, but it seems in this interview we also saw shots fired at his cabinet, his deputy president, and even the communications team caught astray. So what are some solutions? Speaker, in response to austerity measures as directed by this motion, the president has on record made pronouncements of what he plans to do. Young people do not want more dialogue or multi-sectoral groups before he actions what he has already committed to do. In his Wednesday, 26th of June press conference, the president committed to do the following. 1, reduce expenditure, starting with the executive office of the president and extending it to the entire executive arm of government. 2, operational expenditure in the presidency be reduced to remove all allocations for the confidential vote, reduce travel budgets, hospitality, and purchase all motor vehicles and renovations, as well as other expenditures. Number 3, Parliament, the judiciary, and county governments working with the National Treasury also undertake budget cuts. This clearly shows, Speaker, that the president knows exactly what he needs to do and precisely what he needs to focus on. Get rid of corruption, get rid of wastage, get rid of breaching court orders, get rid of misdirective and duplicative pots of money like CDF, which completely usurp the true function of a legislator. Speaker, members of parliament are supposed to legislate and ministries are supposed to implement. No parliamentarian should have a CDF allocation because our role is simple: to represent, to oversight, and legislate. We have no business building markets and roads and hospitals. Get rid of CDF that bastardizes the role of a member of parliament. We also want a repeal of other unconstitutional legislations since this government came into power. And we want leaders to be leaders, Speaker, not leaders to be dealers. However, to achieve all this, we also want to hear definitives and strategies, not broad, pie-in-the-sky pronouncements. By now, Speaker, we should already have heard how much he will reduce expenditure in his office. How much will you cut from your travel budget, your hospitality budget, from the purchasing of motor vehicles and renovations? Speaker, the president has economic advisors who work for him round the clock and should have crunched preliminary numbers for us to see by now. On Sunday, the 30th of June, he was asked on national TV again if he'll reduce his ministers and ministries, to which he replied, and I quote, "That is an area that we will have to look into because that is a reality that we will face." It clearly shows that the president needs to do. Speaker, for my second proposal, let's go to Article 152(1) of our Constitution. That the cabinet consists only of A, the president, B, the deputy president, C, the attorney general, D, not fewer than 14 and not more than 22 cabinet secretaries. This means, Speaker, that our Constitution provides that the President can cut the number of ministries to 14 from the current 21, saving the country billions of shillings. The Constitution goes further to say in Article 152(5) that the President, A, may reassign a cabinet secretary, B, may dismiss a cabinet secretary, and C, shall dismiss a cabinet secretary if required to do so by a resolution. Sorry, not sorry, Mr. President, but wake up your Minister of Youth Affairs, because the youth are telling you that they are desperately underserved. Wake up your Minister for Interior, because too many poorly trained, trigger-happy police officers exist under his watch. Wake up your Minister for Labour, because young people are protesting in the streets due to a lack of equal opportunities. Wake up your Minister for Roads, because we're seeing the worst levels of carnage and needless deaths of young people than in any 10-year preceding his. Wake up your Minister for Trade and Industries, because from small innovators to entrepreneurs to industries, the ecosystem she is leading has become terribly unforgiving. If you already know what needs to be done, and the Constitution gives you the power to take action, Mr. President, cabinet secretaries must be sacked. My third proposal, in reaction to point number 1 in this motion, revolves around exercise of legislative powers. Speaker, why is it that the finance bill never makes its way to the Senate for consideration? Our Constitution does not bar this upper house from jointly considering legislation, especially those with as much gravitas as a finance bill. To illustrate this, I want to go to Article 109(5) that says, a bill may be introduced by any member or committee of the relevant House of Parliament, but a money bill may only be introduced in National Assembly in accordance with Article 114. It simply says, Speaker, that a money bill may be introduced only in the National Assembly, but nowhere does it say that a money bill cannot also be considered in the Senate. Our Constitution only bars this House from introducing money bills, not from considering them. This must be corrected to avoid future constitutional misinterpretations that lead us to continue allowing the National Assembly to monopolize such crucial functions. I'm just reading the law. And while we're at it, Majority Leader, the entire country knows that our committees here are chaired and vice-chaired by your side, the government. That doesn't give balance. That doesn't give an opportunity for real unbiased and impartial looks at bills and proposals and legislation in this House. If you hold the chairmanship and also the vice-chairmanship in all committees, how are we telling the rest of the country that we are transparent and we're going to move forward in a new way? That also needs to change. Speaker, life is in the power of the tongue, because if we get this mandate, we cannot afford to mess around and continue to play politricks. My fourth proposal focuses on the presidential assent and of the Finance Bill 2024. And for that, let's go to Article 115 of the Constitution. 1. Within 14 days after receipt of the bill, the President shall A. assent to the bill, or B. refer the bill back to Parliament for reconsideration by Parliament, noting any reservations that the President has concerning the bill. Not National Assembly, Speaker. It says that it will go back to Parliament to be considered by Parliament. And the last time I checked the definition of Parliament, both houses were included. What about the conversation on salaries, Speaker? Well, I want to say the following. The Salaries and Remuneration Commission really did not read the room. Today, in order to pay all public servants, figures show that we are spending 1.1 trillion shillings, which is 46% of our budget. I want to be frank. I propose our current salaries for those at the national level be cut by 50% and our allowances be reviewed downwards. That's right. I want us to put our money where our mouth is. We shouldn't pussyfoot around that, Madam Speaker. Because let's be honest, today's salary and allowances are the only reason why people kill, steal, and destroy anything in their way in order to work in the national government. And that needs to end. Speaker, there used to be a time not long ago when being a public servant was very unattractive. I'm sure Senator Halwale will remember that if you have a good degree, a good studies and accreditation behind you, you would rather go into the private sector because it was much more lucrative than the public sector. But now that has gone upside down, Speaker. We also heard the President tell us all that we are set to lose by having rejected the finance bill on Sunday. He said, and I quote, "So what is the alternative? Help me with that, Linus, because there are only two things we can do. Either you raise money from taxes or you borrow, period. There is no magic here," he said. Well, Mr. President, you're right, and there is no panacea, but all you had to do was ask, because the Finance Act of 2023 provides clear examples to learn from. For one, we witnessed reduced consumption of petroleum products, a slowdown in construction due to high cost of materials, and a significant overall increase in construction costs, largely attributed to the imposition of the export investment levy, and on raw materials, that is, Speaker. Notably, imports of clinker, crucial for cement production, dropped by 77.5%. Also, remember that in the first half of the 2023-24...
Asige, I want to just inform you have 4 more minutes left.
Also, remember that in the first half of the 2023 fiscal year, the KRA missed its revenue target by a substantial 186 billion Kenya shillings, which underscores the point that overly ambitious tax measures do not always lead to increased tax collections. These figures are solid data we can trust, Speaker. Why impose more taxes, levies, and charges when we haven't fully recovered from the negative effects of the previous legislation? Many of businesses were forced to close, and some relocated to neighboring countries with more favorable tax conditions. What's the real solution, Speaker? What are the Gen Zs and the many Kenyans protesting for? We are exhausted just seeing the President on these trips every single week, as if he's Beyonce on a world tour. Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, that is. The President is not on a world tour. He should stay in the country and do his job like the rest of us do in this country. Yes, he may have had many plans, but Mr. President, exporting our brightest minds to work abroad is not the solution. This brain drain is crippling us and cannot be quantified at all. Did you know that these countries who call for Kenyan workers, do you know what they ask for when they are calling for us? They want under 45s only, highly skilled, well-educated, in good health even, and they must undergo rigorous vetting because they have a particular criteria of people they're looking for. That means that we are removing our best minds, our best workers, our best laborers, and shipping them off to Australia, Germany, England. But do they ever bring the people here, Speaker? They do not. In my conclusion, as I close, I would like to speak directly to young people. Everything was impossible until somebody found a way to make it possible. And today that was you. You have been steadfast in demanding that this government stop and listen to you. And before this moment, everyone thought it was impossible. And now, though I remain a bit skeptical of the presidency to some degree, I still stand 10 toes down in believing that Kenya will never be the same again because of you, young people. I also want to be real with you. We must stop glorifying money, praising those with flashy cars, big houses, expensive holidays, eccentric lifestyles, and filtered lives. It's us that keep applauding that behavior. We follow those accounts. We like and repost their displays of opulence every day, and this exacerbates the problem of these people wanting to keep up their public images. But not that all that glitters is gold. Why don't we go back to exalting excellence, character, conscientiousness, and all that is good and all that endures? There is a reason why Paul says the love of money is the root of all evil. We really must change. Speaker, let me land by circling back to King Lear by William Shakespeare. Anna Camerali writes that the tragedy of King Lear's lack of understanding of the consequences of his demands and actions is often observed to be like that of a spoiled child. But it has also been noted that his behavior is equally likely to be seen in parents who have never adjusted to their children having grown up. Speaker, Kenya's democracy has grown up. It has matured and it's maturing into a faceless, fearless, tribeless legion of...
Time is up. Half a minute, you finish that sentence. Give a 1 minute, Secretariat.
Thank you, Speaker. I was saying, Kenya's democracy has grown up. It has matured, it's maturing into a faceless, fearless, and tribeless legion of the majority of our population, who have a good constitution, but unfortunately in the wrong hands. Speaker, Kenya, I stand by them in this House, I speak for them in this House, and when they name the 25th of June 2024 Z-Day, they will know that you did that. I thank you.
Senator Catherine Moma.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity to speak to this very important motion, the State of the Nation. Madam Speaker, because we have some time, allow me to begin with sending my sincere condolences to all families that were affected by the loss of their loved ones. Allow me to name, because I'll use my time to name the young people who lost their lives. Madam Speaker, we lost the life of Brian Lemayan Kasaine from Narok, Austin Makoha Nakuru, Mike Kihunga Nakuru, Kelvin Madanga Nakuru, Chris Gitonga Nanyuki, Kennedy Onyango, whose mother's image has not left my mind, from Rongai. We lost Rex Masai from Machakos, Matthew Njoroge, Kevin Mawasi, Bisley Kogi, David Chege, Erickson Kialo Mutisia, Ibrahim Kamau Anjiru, Kennedy Odhiambo Maina, Wilson Sitati, Kennedy Njeru, Eric Kayoni Kieni, Eric Kiratu, Brian Kimathi, Kariton Mwangi, Ernest Kanyi, Caroline Shiramba from Kakamega, Brayo from Kisumu, Mbithi Alaya Scott from Kisumu, Emmanuel Giggs Tata from Mombasa, Joshua Ombati from Mombasa, Clinton Mwavali Kapsabet, Kevin Odhiambo Siaya, Brian Rongo, Bernard Mungai Ndwati, and we have another nearly 10 whose bodies are lying in the mortuary unidentified. Madam Speaker, I believe we have many more whose names had not reached the Kenya National Commission on Human Rights. I felt it's important to name them, Madam Speaker, because what has happened in this country is a revolution for the third liberation of this country, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the Gen Zs are simply trying to get back this country on track. Madam Speaker, I wish people would not speak People are consulting so loudly that I cannot even hear, listen to what I'm doing. Madam Speaker, the Gen Zs are telling us a very simple thing, that in 2010, we put in place a constitution to guide how this country should be governed. But this country is not being governed in that manner. And they are telling us that there is a very important provision in the Constitution that we have chosen as a country, particularly the leadership, to ignore. They are bringing us back to the implementation of Article 10 of the Constitution. Madam Speaker, they are bringing back the conscience of this nation. They are telling us that we must go back to what Article 10 says about respect for the rule of law, respect for human rights, governance in a manner that respects equity, equality, and the most important one, that we must now start governing this country applying the principles of transparency and accountability. And Madam Speaker, because a lot has been said, I want us to immediately move on how best we can actually speak to the issue of transparency and accountability. The finance bill was a trigger, and the President has returned the finance bill to the people of Kenya. Madam Speaker, what we are forgetting, that the finance bill is usually passed to finance an appropriation act that had already been assented to. It is usually passed to speak to budget items that were in the budget policy statement. Madam Speaker, the mistake number one that we do in this country, we do not publicly discuss the budget items and the appropriations that we are put in the Appropriations Act. And the Budget Committee and the National Assembly have failed us because they did not scrutinize budget policy statement, they did not scrutinize the appropriations bill properly to be able to tell the President, some of these things you have put here cannot fly. Madam Speaker, part of those items include the following: confidential budget in DP's office, 800 million. Confidential budget in the President's, in the State House, 1.4 billion. 863 million for hospitality in the Deputy President's office. 400 million for dealing with the drugs, and NACADA will be given some more money. 320 million for innovation in the Deputy President's office. 1.5 billion for innovation of state lodges. Meantime, we have 600 billion only for education. 126 billion only for health. Madam Speaker, I can go on. This is a public document. Please go and look at it. Madam Speaker, what the Gen Zs were telling the President is we must go back to the drawing board. We must reorganize the budget items. We must revisit the Appropriations Act, which you passed. The President assented to the Appropriations Act, Bill number 34, and today we have a circular from the Treasury guiding all accounting officers to rework their budget so that we can raise the 26 billion that we will not be able to raise in taxes, and in order to rework the budget. Madam Speaker, this is my view, that it is the same cabinet secretary who put this bullshit in this budget. So he cannot be the one to be trusted to do this.
Senator Catherine Muma, that is not
I
parliamentary
withdraw.
language.
I withdraw.
Withdraw the term bullshit.
Madam Speaker, I think it was agreed we speak with emotion. And I think those items...
Senator Catherine, not with unparliamentary
I withdraw.
language.
I withdraw. I withdraw. Madam Speaker, what I have just read, and I could read more, is despicable as budget items for this country. And that we are trusting the same person who put it and took it to Parliament to be the one to reorganize is lying to Gen Zs. Madam Speaker, what Gen Zs were telling the President, we need a public participation and a participatory approach to reorganize our budget for the financial year 2024-2025 in order to together come up with a saving. I believe if we relook at the budgets at all levels, we will probably save more than the 300 and whatever billion that they wanted to actually raise from the taxes. So the big job that the National Assembly and the Senate should be doing is to do the big job of allowing our experts, whether in civil society, among the Gen Zs, to openly and transparently audit the budget items one by one for the executive, for Parliament, for the judiciary, and put money where it is required. So where we need essential services, we must put money where we need essential services. Where we are wasting money, we must remove that money, because what are we doing? We are working on budgeting for corruption. So number one, Madam Speaker, the President said that he will go and borrow for the deficit. I am recommending that we don't allow one more shilling to be borrowed until we put in place a system that can ensure accountability and transparency with debt. So, Madam Speaker, I'm suggesting not borrowing 1 shilling for the 2024-2025 budget. Madam Speaker, number 2, I am recommending that we rationalize the expenditure. We need to find out how much does hospitality for 863 million look like in one office. We need to clearly agree that is budgeted corruption. It must be moved aside. We need to start asking, what is this confidential budget? What does it normally do? And when we are doing the audit, I would want to find out, in the previous year, how much was there for hospitality? In the previous year, how much was there for confidential? What did it do? Madam Speaker, we need to start doing that. As we are reducing expenditure, one of the other things we need to do is to find out, how do we identify duplicated jobs? I have just given one example. We have Nakada dealing with drugs, but you give the Deputy President 400 million to deal with drugs. We have county governments doing county roads, but you have CDF being given money to do county roads. We have national government doing bursaries, but you have the President with bursaries. You have governors giving bursaries, and yet education is a national budget. We will save a lot by looking at duplicated items to save that money and send it to the essential services. As we are doing so, Madam Speaker, we must not reduce the budget to social spending that keeps the dignity of the human beings in this country. Our development strategy must be people-centered. We must provide education. We can only keep increasing our budget in education. We must provide better health. We must keep increasing the budgets in health. We cannot say we are not now going to pay the interns. We are not going to pay the doctors. And yet we have millions for mandazis. It is not acceptable, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we also need to look at the issue of political employments. And I'm suggesting Public Service Commission must be summoned to the Senate to tell us what structures it has set up of a parallel public service that is not provided for in the Constitution or in the law. How many advisors do we have in the presidency? How many do we have around the cabinet secretaries? How many, even the county public service board should tell us how many advisors do we have in counties? That is a parallel, silent public service. As they are telling us, the SRC must join them to tell us how they have cleared payments of salaries to unstatutory and unconstitutional offices. Who is going to be held accountable for that? So those two bodies must tell us what we need to do. We also need to find out why are employment laws not being followed? Why are constitutional commissions which are supposed to be independent not doing this? Why are TSC letters being peddled by politicians? Why is TSC issuing employment letters? TSC has been practicing has been in the practice of employing those who've been waiting before the ones who are qualified recently. Can we have a public audit to find out how many people were politically employed because they know politicians, and those who are waiting and are sons and daughters of poor people were not able to get those issues? Madam Speaker, we need to also audit debt. And I'll go quick. We need to audit our debt and ensure to find out documents and all agreements relating to that need to be made available to Parliament so that Parliament can actually audit this. We also need to audit the debt expenditure. So we borrowed for this. Have we been doing this? And I'm suggesting that we get a special team to be able to do this. I think the Auditor General needs to be facilitated. Parliamentary PBO office needs to be revamped to help us to do debt auditing, Madam Speaker. If we do this and we do it transparently so that our audit is made public, it's not an audit to be hidden, then the Kenyan people will be able to know what we are doing. Madam Speaker, we must audit all funds. We have so many funds. The Youth Fund, the Women Fund, the CDF. How are they being implemented? We need to audit them. I think that the thinking behind funds is good and is noble, but are they being used for purposes that they were supposed to? We need to do an audit. Those ones that are being used for purposes that they should be used, be retained, and the others that are not being used for the purposes that they should actually be looked at. Madam Speaker, World Bank report in 2020 reported that we have dead infrastructure. They said 50% of CDF projects were dead because when an MP comes, they don't want to touch what the other one did. That is public money. We need to find out whether we need to put in place better structures for the management of CDF. Madam Speaker, then we come to Bunge. Bunge must do its bit like every other. The National Assembly, together with the Senate, have passed laws that are unconstitutional. I want us to do an audit of the cost that unconstitutional laws being challenged in court have cost the taxpayer because we did not do our job as Bunges. I want to find out how many laws we have passed. For instance, 30 minutes to pass a law to enable the KDF to be set against our kids. No public participation, no adequate time for members of Parliament to discuss that. Madam Speaker, as Bunge, we must take responsibility for passing laws that have violated the Constitution, for passing laws that have circumvented the Constitution. Madam Speaker, I want to speak to the people of the Kenya as well. As we are speaking and everybody is taking responsibility, I would want our people to also take responsibility. When we queue to receive 200 shillings from politicians in funerals and elsewhere, I want us to start asking ourselves, where do you think this person has got money from? He does not have even one industry in that county of yours. He does not have a factory where he's employing anybody. He moves around in very, very affluent vehicles, dressed up well, and just stands and dishes money, and you take that money. Ask yourself, who in their right mind would take monies that they have worked hard in a business to build a business and start dishing it out? What are we doing? That is money that should have been providing your schools that is being dished out to you. That is money that should have been making it possible for you to get access to health that is being dished out to you. Madam Speaker, we need to speak to our people to say, do not encourage thieves and do not elect thieves. Let us do what is right, and let us ensure that this country moves forward. So it is a moment of reckoning, not just for members of parliament, not just for the president, not just for the CSS, even for the church leaders and other leaders. Where do you think somebody, Catherine Muma, who does not have any factory anywhere, all of a sudden has 20 million to give you? Why don't you ask yourself, na hii 20 million aliitoa wapi? I think as a country, the Gen Zs are calling all of us to recheck our conscience, are calling all of us.
Senator Catherine, your time is up. 1 minute only to finish the sentence. Just 1 minute.
I will finalize. Madam Speaker, I think I've spoken to every sector of society, and all I'm saying, all of us need to introspect and do the right thing for this nation. Thank you.
Senator Karungo Dhangwa.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'm really happy also to weigh in into this motion and support this motion. Madam Speaker, on 26th of June, I had written to your office requesting us to do the same, to have a motion to discuss what we are discussing today. I'm happy, though I did not get a reply, I'm happy it has come through the channels that it has come, for us to discuss this issue. Madam Speaker, this is the time for the people of Kenya to know that Senate is the upper house. It is what was meant to be by the drafters of the Constitution, Madam Speaker, because they wanted this house to be more an appeal chamber, to be a house that will bring appeal mechanism where Kenyans who are not happy with what is happening with the executive, with the other assemblies or with the National Assembly, will always have a channel to come and weigh in and give their contribution, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, if the finance bill was to come to the Senate, what happened to this country could not have happened. Those maandamano that were here could not have happened, Madam Speaker, because here at the Senate, we relook into things afresh. We scrutinize again. We look at the proposals afresh by hearing and listening to the people. I can give a very good example, Madam Speaker. There was the affordable bill that was brought here, passed by over 400 MPs, Madam Speaker. But when it came to this House, we relooked into it. We gave it 49 amendments, new things that were not there, Madam Speaker. What we are trying to say, Madam Speaker, is that if the finance bill was to come, and we should fight for that space, so that anything that is passed by the National Assembly should always be coming to this House, so that we can discuss it again and again. And this country could not have been banned if it came to this House, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, on the issue of Gen Z, And I take this time to condole with all those who lost their children, to those mothers and fathers who lost their children. And that's why we are here. We are discussing that everything, every stone must be turned. Whoever acted contrary to the law must face the law, Madam Speaker. And it's also good, because I said, I don't want to be part of, sensational comments. I want to be level-headed, Madam Speaker. I want to talk without exaggeration. I want to talk from a point of fact. And that's why I want to tell people what Gen Z mean. Many people don't even know. I saw an old man, a politician, former politician, saying, when I was Gen Z. You have never been Gen Z, Madam Speaker. Because a Gen Z is a period of which one was born. Gen Z are those who were born between 1997 and 2010, Madam Speaker. Those who are born, like Senator Medhu, between 1996, between 1981 to 1996, they are millennials, Madam Speaker. And those who are born before that, Madam Speaker, that is 1965 and 1980, Madam Speaker, that is Generation X. And if I was to go to our senior youth, Oburu Odinga, who was born, I think, in 1943, Madam Speaker, they are called the silent generation, Madam Speaker. And this is the generation that are created by American researchers. You are called at that particular, depending on what time you were born and what was happening at that particular time. Madam Speaker, the coming generation will be fire, will be more than these Gen Zs that we are saying. It's called Generation Alpha, Madam Speaker. Those who are born between 2011 to 2025. Why are they categorized like that, Madam Speaker? Is what was happening at that particular time when they were born. The Gen Z, they were born when we have social media, we have internet, they have access to information, they understand things as they happen. Madam Speaker, my daughter, who is in primary school, came to me after the finance bill was passed by the National Assembly and asked me, in school, the classmates were asking, did your dad vote yes or no? And then I asked, what did you tell them? Already she knows that senators were not passing. And she said, senators were not voting for this finance bill. So what this means, it is even those kids that are in school, those now we are calling Generation Alpha or the Gen Z, Madam Speaker, they understand everything that happens, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we said we need to talk to Gen Z. And the reason why I've given that definition is because when the president is talking to Gen Z, he must make sure he's talking to Gen Z. And that's why I advise him to shy away from the X space on Twitter, Madam Speaker. And I will explain why. Because, Madam Speaker, when you go to X space, you only hear voices. You don't see anybody. We don't know who is in there, Madam Speaker. We might be speaking to those who are always been there, Madam Speaker, and not listen to the real Gen Z. And that's why I'm advising him, kindly go to TikTok. If you want to talk to Gen Z, you will be able to see them. They'll see your face, you'll see their face, Madam Speaker. They will even tell you, this is not a Gen Z, this is a grown, that man, Madam Speaker. Because if we go to X space, uko matusi mingi sana, and they do not come from Gen Z, because Gen Z, they are not afraid to be seen. That's why they came to the streets in broad daylight. They want to be seen. They want to be identified. They are fighting for their people. So I asked the president and the deputy president, go to TikTok. Learn how to say, tap, tap the screen, guys. Tap, tap. I want to talk to you. I want you to see me. I want us to talk to each other, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I want you to take a pen because we have to do some math. And this is the time that we as a nation, we should now start taking stock of what has been happening. What has been wrong, we say enough is enough. And that is the CDF, Madam Speaker. Mr. Speaker, when the former senator or the former member of parliament from as a constituency in Nyandarua, Mr. Karue, came with CDF, that was the beginning of devolution. What he was trying was to devolve services to the people. So when devolution came, CDF should have died a natural death. Because that is devolution. Madam Speaker, and it has been said here, Can you imagine the government gives you money to go pay government? That is bursary. It gives you money to go pay a government school. And I want us to do the math, Madam Speaker. Take a pen, Madam Speaker. Every constituency in their CDF, they have over 50 million for bursary, Madam Speaker. If you multiply 50 million times 249 constituencies, 290 constituencies, Madam Speaker, you'll get over 20 billion Kenya shillings. Every county has, every governor has an education bursary fund, which they put between 200 million to 300 million. If you do an average of 300 million, multiply by 47 counties, you get again over 20 billion Kenya shillings. Over 20 billion Kenya shillings. That is 40 billion or 50 or 60. If you add the GAF, the women rep, they also have bursary. The president has bursary. The governor has bursary. We will get almost 80 billion Kenya shillings. Madam Speaker, why don't we just give this money to schools and make education free, Madam Speaker? Why don't we take it direct to the schools and make high school education free of charge? I don't have to give an MP money to come and bring it to the village. We have M-Pesa, you know, or we have channels of sending that money to schools, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, there is an issue of KERA. KERA, Madam Speaker, and I'm speaking as the chairman of Roads and Transportation in the Senate. We should disband KERA and make sure this money goes to the counties, Madam Speaker. It's better to deal with one thief than 290 of them, Madam Speaker. This money, let's go to the governors. We are saying governors are stealing. We are here as a Senate to make sure that they don't. It's better to deal with one thief than talk or deal with more than 290 thieves, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we are even asking ourselves, if the governors, and I heard the Senator of Isiolo, and also I have had the same cases here, that the governors are not respecting the Senate. Madam Speaker, if the governors are not respecting the Senate, we have tried to find them. They are paying the money within a day. We have tried to tell the police to arrest. The IG cannot arrest them. Why don't we as a Senate also say we are going to change the rules and the laws that we can also emanate with the motion to impeach a governor from this House, Madam Speaker? Because what we do, we all know, wait for the MCAs to bring them. So if the MCA never bring them here, this House that is mandated to check the interests of a county should also come with a motion to impeach a certain governor who is not respect this House and who is stealing and who is taking money home, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, as I conclude, because I am a man of few words, Madam Speaker, I would urge the executive and I urge the cabinet secretaries, those who are going to survive, Madam Speaker, from the sacking, because it must happen, Madam Speaker. I'm telling them, focus on creating jobs. It's better to go on a muddy road when you have money in the pocket. It's better to go for the water in the river when you have money in the pocket, Madam Speaker. It's better, Madam Speaker, to go. What I'm trying to say is, when it comes to development, Madam Speaker, and you had said that, Madam Speaker, it must be people-centric. Go with the money to where they are and ask them, I have 20 million here. Do you want me to make this road? Do you want me to make this, to bring water? Or do you want me to create an industry here so that everybody will have something in the pocket? They will say, create an industry, and we get money. Then we'll discuss that when it comes to roads, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, picketing that we saw for the first time here, it was very peaceful at the beginning. And the reason why it was very peaceful, because that is when only Gen Z were on the road, Madam Speaker. And they were picketing, taking selfies, recording themselves on camera. And that is to show it can be done. And that's why I'm supporting those who are saying that we should bring along and have picketing corners, picketing roads. We should even have a picketing authority, Madam Speaker, that receives every petition. When somebody comes, they come where picketing corner, there is an office, there is some people there, you receive it and you follow it through, Madam Speaker. Because what happens when it comes to this place, Madam Speaker, sometimes people do not even know. Because we do things in very quiet. And that's why people are worried. They were saying senators have just become clever overnight. No, we have been like this. It's only that they show MPs on KBC every day. We do not share equal platform. And that's why we should also say, anybody who is speaking here, Madam Speaker, if National Assembly is given 20 minutes, we should get 20 minutes on the KBC, which is the national broadcaster, Madam Speaker. Otherwise, they just show the National Assembly, they don't show what we do here. People have to go to YouTube, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I would want to talk to the public service, and especially the CS, if he survives, Madam Speaker. It's good to advise him if he still retains his position, Madam Speaker. In Dubai, they have a ministry called the Ministry of Happiness. It even have a CS or a cabinet secretary. And people thought the Ministry of Happiness was to have somebody who will come to your house and crack jokes and make you happy. No. And that's why I'm suggesting to the CS Moses Kuria, in your public service, create a department called Happiness Department. Why am I saying that, Madam Speaker? That is to check whether everybody is happy with the services they are getting for the public service. By the time you go to get your passport, Madam Speaker, before you leave that office, there must be somewhere you press to say, I was served well, I was not served well, and this person is very rude. And then it goes direct to the ministry, Madam Speaker. If you go to get your driving license, you must, before you leave that office, were you served well? And then you click somewhere, it goes to the department, not to that office. That office wouldn't even know. They will only know when the PS, the CSs will come to your office knocking, saying, my friend, so many people are complaining, so we get rid of you. Even us, Madam Speaker, I've gone to Israel. And Israel, at the gate of the parliament, when you get in, there's a very big screen that says who is in parliament and who is not. So when you get in there, you'll be able to know whether the person who you sent to parliament to represent you is in or not, Madam Speaker. And it is shown every day. So that we can be able to be here, Madam Speaker, and fight for our people. But sometimes we come in, then we go, we are seen in the village, we are trying to balance things, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I would want to tell Gen Z, when you are done with the national government, and I believe so far so good because you have been listened to, go to the counties. Go to the counties and join your senator. Pick their hands. Go to the counties. Why am I saying that? Because the governors there, they are using the public money that were deducted from you through the previous finance bill. That money was taken and given to your county. Kiambu has been given 15 billion within this financial year. But what the governors are doing in those counties, they are giving your mothers and your fathers handouts. I'm talking to Gen Z. They are giving your mother sweet potato vines to go plant, handouts. 2 chicken here, handout. A fish there, handout. So that your fathers and mothers can think these governors are working, and they do not look at it when these governors are eating into Gen Z's future, Madam Speaker. So that's why I'm saying we should also join hands and ask for accountability. Ask for accountabilities at the county level, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the issue of employment, and that will be my last point, Madam Speaker. We do have National Employment Authority. We should enhance its mandate. And the mandate is to say, because we are always fighting the wage bill, the mandate is to say, we need to know who is employed where. It should also be somehow devolved, so that when you go to the counties, like Kiambu County, we pay almost 6 billion per year or more as a wage bill. People are just getting, a governor gets in, employs all his people. Kiambu, we have had 4 governors. So every governor has employed everyone. And the next governor probably will do the same, Madam Speaker. So the reason why I'm saying the National Employment Authority should have a record of everybody, every person who is employed by a governor should submit their CVs, their document, the letter of appointment, when they were employed, so that if I want to check, and it played very well here, Madam Speaker, when we were having the impeachment, we asked the governor, did you employ this person? The governor said, I have not employed him. Oh, I have not employed her. But how can this house know? You have no way of knowing, because the governor is the employer and also the custodian of those documents. So they only need to withdraw them. They only need to remove them. They only need to readjust. If you said he was employed as a PA and maybe he was wrong employing him as a PA, they readjust, they say he was an advisor. So the best thing is to have an agency whereby anybody who is employed by a county, those documents are submitted there. So that if I want to know how many people employed by the governor of Kiambu, I don't have to go and ask him. I have written to him a letter, reminders and reminders, and he has not given the list of those he calls the liaison officers, Madam Speaker. But if there was this authority, I don't have to write to him. I just write to the authority, and the authority will give me that information, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, I call everybody, either Gen Z, either millennials, either Generation X, either the silent generation, which is also in this house, Madam Speaker, because we are lucky we have almost every generation in this house. And that is good for democracy, Madam Speaker, that we should now talk and we should not run for, fight for simplicity, but we all need to do is fight for the future of this country and make sure that the decision that we make have consequences that are useful to the coming generation, Madam Speaker. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Senator Montet.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. At last I get to talk. I've waited for 2 days. Madam Speaker, I also want to thank the leadership of this House, just like other senators have said, because of giving us this opportunity to speak to this matter which is so important for this nation. Madam Speaker, I would sincerely first want to pass my condolences to the families of our sons and daughters who died in this struggle of trying to be listened by their own leaders. To those who are sick in hospitals,
Senator
my
Montet,
prayers...
Senator Montet, just sit down for a second. Just hold on her time. Honorable Senators, pursuant to Section 34(2)A of the Standing Orders, I wish to invoke the powers to extend the period of this sitting by 15 minutes to enable Senator Montet to be done at the end of the day.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, as I was saying, to those who are in hospitals and those who are at home, sick and injured, my prayers are with you, and may you get well soon. To the business community, those who lost their properties, most of them even lost their livelihoods, I'm sorry as a leader in this country, and I pray and hope we will not get to this again, since the Gen Zs are telling us and showing us the way of doing things. Madam Speaker, the country had gone south. The biggest question today in this House and in the minds of all the leaders in this country is how and when did we get there? But Madam Speaker, sorry, the signs were there. The signs of times were there. Kenya spoke. It was loud and clear. Things were not right. But what did we do as leaders? We never listened to them. Madam Speaker, all these bills which have brought all these issues in this country have passed through the two houses. Madam Speaker, as usual, we never got time to listen to our people. We never took time also to look at these bills and reflect how will they affect our own people. What is it that Kenya we are looking at? What is it that we want with our nation? And Madam Speaker, that is how we have come to be where we are today. It is sad indeed. Gen Zs, you've done well. Indeed, we should congratulate you. You've done what we've never been able to do for a long time or since independence. You have come out clear and loud that things cannot be the same. Things have to change. Madam Speaker, things have started going bad about 2 years ago, and Kenyans spoke. When first sugar was imported, poisonous sugar was imported in this country, Madam Speaker, Kenyans spoke. It was so sad that later the same sugar was sold to poor Kenyans and it was consumed, and to date the importers of that sugar. And Madam Speaker, sadly, there are leaders in this country. There are people working for this country. There are people who are supposed to be they are not supposed to be they are servants of the people. They are not supposed to be the people who are finishing their own people. They've never been brought to book. As my other senators said, Madam Speaker, actually declared that it is poisonous too. But what happened? They've never been brought to speak. Know that this house has not tried to even bring to book the people who imported that oil. But what happened? As usual, we got.
Hapa ndipo nyumbani. Oeleme. Oelema.
Mwalimu ni nyota ya ng'aa. Kofia twakuvulia. Yesu nipende leo kuliko jana.
Mitandao ina faida ama ina hasara?
Mitandao imeweza kusaidia kukuza elimu. Tukizingatia wakati wa likizo, wanafunzi wengi wanaweza kuendelea na elimu yao wakitumia mitandao ya kijamii.
Katika vitongoji duni kuna wanafunzi ambao hawezi kupata huo mtandao, na pia ni gharama ya juu kutumia mtandao huo.
Bembea ni kifaa kinachotumika na watoto kuchezea.
Kweli?
Na tunaona kuwa bembea huenda juu na kurudi chini wakati mwingine.